Chapter 1433. Yang Chuan was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. The sky-devouring tailed beast did not have a body. All it had was an adorable head and 8 huge tails. There was no abdomen, but after Yang Chuan was swallowed, he entered a huge space. The space was suffused with red light, and streams of flowing energy quickly swept out in all directions. 3,000 pillars of light of different colors were erected in all directions of the space. 3,000 heavenly Tao? Yang Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't the arrangement and color of the 3,000 pillars of light exactly the same as the 3,000 heavenly Taos? Of course, the attributes of each strand of the heavenly Tao were slightly different from those in the outside world. They were also different from Yang Chuan's replica of the heavenly Tao in the greater world, but they were very close to the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Furthermore, Yang Chuan's 3,000 clones of the great path of the heavens were all fighting on their own. However, the 3,000 light pillars in front of him were exuding waves of energy that were circulating according to a specific trajectory. The cycle of the heavenly Tao? Yang Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. However, his 3,000 heavenly Tao clones had never been able to circulate it. Thus, he was unable to unleash its full power. Yang Chuan had also tried to arrange the cycle, but it did not work at all. Every heavenly Tao had 2,999 possibilities to connect to other heavenly Taos. Similarly, there was also a sequence. Furthermore, there was also the order of the positive and negative cycle of energy, or it would change at certain times. There were also differences in the strength of the connection. One heavenly Tao was enough for Yang Chuan to study for a long time. To study 3,000 heavenly Taos at the same time was not 3,000 times, but a system project so huge that no one could imagine. Did the heaven-devouring tailed beast have such a cycle? Although his eyes were dazzled, Yang Chuan quickly recorded it down in an instant. No matter what the reason was, the first thing was to record it. Yang Chuan needed to be highly focused. Therefore, zombie Yang Chuan immediately chose to go into seclusion. He could not be disturbed in the slightest. At the same time, zombie Yang Chuan transmitted what he saw to silver-eyed Yang Chuan. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan also put down everything he was doing and quickly comprehended the countless cycles. However, all of this was only the first scene that Yang Chuan saw. Some of the experts that came in earlier all died very quickly. Sure enough, in just an instant, countless different kinds of energy rushed towards Yang Chuan. Blood sea. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom. A sea of blood appeared, but it was quickly divided up by all kinds of energy. It was as if the blood was flowing through the veins. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent flow of energy rushed into the 3,000 pillars of light. It was digested and broken down, turning into the power of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. What? Yang Chuan's expression changed. Boom. The turbulent energy continued to rush towards Yang Chuan. The blood sea was completely useless. The Jade Emperor's sword slashed out. Hua! The turbulent energy once again shattered the sword aura and was absorbed by the 3,000 light pillars. Hand of Tao. A huge astral palm appeared, but it was instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy and disappeared. The turbulent energy rushed towards Yang Chuan. A protective shield appeared around Yang Chuan, and a large number of ancestral immortal artifacts he had collected were thrown out. Boom. They were once again destroyed by the turbulent energy. They rushed into another light pillar, and a part of them was consumed. The turbulent energy continued to rush into the next light pillar, and another part was consumed. Nearly 100 ancestral immortal artifacts were instantly digested by the 3,000 light pillars, turning into the heaven-devouring tailed beast's power. I understand now. This is the heaven and earth furnace, smelting everything in the world. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach is the heaven and earth furnace. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Bai Huang's memories of the past instantly echoed in his mind. Grandpa, are you the strongest in the world? Ha 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 ha, how could I be? Little Bai Yi, you haven't even started cultivating, and you're already thinking of being the strongest in the world. Then who is? No one. Then there must be someone who's the strongest. The strongest? The strongest in the world is still heaven and earth. The heaven and earth furnace, refining everything. What's the heaven and earth furnace? That's a general description. It's heaven and earth. As long as you don't transcend, you'll die one day. No matter how you die, whether you're killed, die of old age, or die of exhaustion, nothing can escape the heaven and earth furnace's refinement. Heaven and earth is a huge furnace, and everyone is inside, constantly being smelted. Oh, but don't worry. Although the heaven and earth furnace can refine everything in the world, it operates very slowly. You can also enjoy the process of being refined. Of course, if you can transcend, then don't be afraid. Transcendents are immortal. No matter what they refine, they can recover. It operates very slowly. Enjoy the process of being refined. Yang Chuan suddenly had an idea. The heaven and earth furnace, the heaven-devouring tailed beast's interior, is an imitation of the heaven and earth furnace. It refines everything inside, but it operates much faster than the outside world. Yang Chuan's expression changed. In a short while, the turbulence's impact on Yang Chuan grew stronger. Blood sea. Yang Chuan said anxiously. Whoosh. The blood sea was quickly washed away. No matter what moves Yang Chuan used, they were all washed away by the turbulence in the blink of an eye, and their strength was absorbed. Cypress tree. Yang Chuan did not dare to use it, because Yang Chuan knew that the cypress tree would only be quickly refined and strengthen the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The next turbulence would be even stronger. The explosive beast's mystique. Yang Chuan did not dare to do it. Yang Chuan was sure that once the explosive beast's mystique exploded, he would be turned into countless pieces that would be washed away by the turbulence. They would rush into the light pillars and be quickly digested. By then, everything would be gone, and there would be no way to restore it. Gradually, Yang Chuan became anxious. He did not dare to use his Dharma treasures, because the turbulence here was all-encompassing. Dharma treasures could be destroyed in an instant. Boom! A turbulence broke through the blood sea and reached Yang Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yang Chuan quickly dodged. Suddenly, his arm was hit by the turbulence. Whoosh! Yang Chuan's right arm was badly mutilated in the blink of an eye. His strong physical body could not withstand a single blow. It was like a mortal being corroded by acid. His right arm was exposed to the bone. Blood sea! Yang Chuan shouted in horror. He kept urging the blood sea to protect his surroundings. However, the turbulence around him was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chuan became more and more anxious. At this moment, rumble! A large number of cultivators suddenly fell into the outside world again. Obviously, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had reached a city in the eternal domain and was devouring crazily. Help! Countless cultivators who were swallowed into the space screamed. Boom! The turbulence suddenly hit, and a large number of cultivators were smashed. Some experts were rushed into the light pillars like blood flowing quickly in their meridians. In the blink of an eye, this group of cultivators was digested. Mountains poured into it, and rivers poured into it. They were all broken down and digested. Anything could be smelted. Yang Chuan became more and more anxious. Break! Yang Chuan punched out, hoping to break the heaven-devouring tailed beast's body. However, the fist aura was immediately washed away by the turbulence. Boom! Another wave of turbulence washed away the sea of blood around Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's body rushed into a light pillar in an instant. Boom! The power of the turbulence here was even stronger, and it crazily eroded the sea of blood around Yang Chuan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood sea was digested and digested to Yang Chuan's skin. Previous heavenly vein. Yang Chuan shouted immediately. Buzz! Yang Chuan's surroundings suddenly emitted green light. It was the previous heavenly vein that Yang Chuan mastered. Suddenly, Yang Chuan was rushed into another green light pillar. The first world's way of heaven was the most primitive. The 3,000 light pillars in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach could only be regarded as a simulation of its form. However, there were still some differences. As soon as the previous heavenly vein appeared, Yang Chuan's pressure was greatly reduced. However, Yang Chuan seemed to be fixed in a green light pillar. The power of the 3,000 light pillars seemed to be all rushing to Yang Chuan. Boom! The turbulence rushed straight to Yang Chuan. It washed away everything around Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's previous heavenly vein could not resist it. The blood sea was quickly exhausted, and the turbulence reached Yang Chuan's skin in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The turbulence rushed over. A layer of Yang Chuan's skin was immediately washed clean. His body was badly mutilated, and he no longer looked like a human or a ghost. Am I going to die here? No. Yang Chuan roared in grief and indignation. However, the power of this large furnace was too strong. No, I can't die. I can't die. Yang Chuan roared. Whoosh! Another turbulence of energy washed over. Another layer of Yang Chuan's body was dissolved and digested. Against the heaven and earth furnace, all methods seemed to be useless. In the distance, in the great Qin city, the zombie Yang Chuan was originally closing his eyes. Roar! An unwilling roar came from Yang Chuan's training room. Was it over? Was his body going to be finished? A few more times and his body would be completely digested. I can't die. I can't die. The badly mutilated body of Yang Chuan roared. As he roared, green veins popped out. Under the mutilated body, he looked even more ferocious. Grandpa gave me the chance to live. I can't die. I still have Arfang, I still have ZZ, I still have Yushi, I still have Le, I still have my son, I still have my ministers, and I still have Dajan. I can't die. I can't die. I still have to transcend. I can't die. I still have to fight with Zhongshan. I can't die. Yang Chuan roared again and again. Another round of turbulence of energy washed over. Yang Chuan was digested again. If it were anyone else, they would have been finished long ago. However, a surge of resentment made Yang Chuan struggle even more. On the line between life and death, the biggest crisis in his life had appeared. Soon, another round of turbulence was about to rush over. I can't die. Roar! Yang Chuan roared in grief and indignation. As he roared, the light around Yang Chuan suddenly changed. The original blood-red color instantly turned into emerald green. Under the effect of the blood sea divine ability, the blood-red hair instantly underwent a strange change and turned into emerald green hair. His green hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Boom! As Yang Chuan's green hair fluttered in the air, a gigantic peacock plume suddenly appeared around him. Buzz! In an instant, the peacock plume emitted a dazzling green light that filled the entire space. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tail beast, which had lost one of its tails, was happily devouring a city of cultivators. Suddenly, it paused. Yeah! The heaven-devouring tail beast's face stiffened. The heaven-devouring tail beast widened its eyes in shock. Then, it suddenly started to feel pain. Rumble! The heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rolled around in the city. Yeah! The heaven-devouring tail beast seemed to have eaten something bad. Its painful movements caused the entire city to be in chaos. In an instant, countless cultivators escaped, leaving the heaven-devouring tail beast rolling around in pain. Dust covered the city, but no one dared to stay and check. At the same time, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, where zombie Yang Chuan was. Whoosh! Zombie Yang Chuan suddenly stood up. My body is unconscious. I can't feel the touch of the human body. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. He's still connected. He's definitely not dead. Zombie Yang Chuan frowned. But, I can't sense other parts of his body. What happened? Zombie Yang Chuan asked anxiously. Chapter 1434. Rumble. The seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast writhed in pain in the city. Yeah. Countless civilians escaped, but no one dared to stay behind to see what was going on. No one knew what was wrong with the heaven-devouring beast. It seemed to have eaten something bad. Rumble. Wisps of green light appeared in the billowing dust. The citizens who had managed to escape the city looked as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They watched the crazy sky-devouring tail beast from afar. The dust could not stop the curiosity of the cultivators who were safe. Just as countless cultivators hid in safe places outside to watch suddenly, a cry came from outside the city. Another heaven-devourer beast appeared. The new one was only 280 meters long. Seeing a large number of cultivators gathered outside the city, it became excited. Its 8 tails swung quickly. The spatial ripples tossed countless cultivators toward it. Yeah, yeah, awoo. The new heaven-devouring beast cried out happily. Ah, another one. Help. Ah, help. Countless people were calling out to the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, but it was useless. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast quickly killed the cultivators. After a long time, it finished eating everyone. Yeah, yeah. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast looked around the city with its big eyes. Boom. There was a loud bang in the city, and the 7-tailed beast stopped moving. The dust settled. The 7-tailed beast seemed to have fainted. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. Yeah, yeah. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast flew closer. It poked the 7-tailed beast with its tail. However, the 7-tailed beast was still unconscious. Yeah, yeah. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. Ah. It opened its mouth, about to swallow the 7-tailed beast. However, right at this moment, the 7-tailed giant beast abruptly opened its eyes, and its large black eyes suddenly turned green. Boom. The 7-tailed beast knocked the 800-meter heaven-devouring beast away. Yeah, yeah. The 800-foot-long tailed beast pretended to be innocent. The 7-tailed beast's eyes glowed with a green light. Gradually, its pink head turned green. Roar. A ferocious look appeared on the 7-tailed beast's face as it lunged at the 800-meter-tall heaven-devouring tail beast. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beast's expression changed. Boom. The 2 gigantic devourer tails tangled together. In the end, the green-headed tailed beast was much stronger. The 2 tailed beasts fought for several hours. Awoo. The 80-foot-long tailed beast was swallowed by the green-head-tailed beast. Roar. The green-head-tailed beast's eyes glowed with green light. There was no longer any normal light in its eyes. It was as if it had turned into a wild beast, revealing a ferocious glint. Boom. It opened its mouth and bit down on the ground. Then it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Zombie Yang Chuan frowned as he sat in the training room. He could no longer feel anything from the human body, but he could feel that the human body was still alive. Not dead. What was happening now? Zombie Yang Chuan frowned. He calmly waited for the next reaction from his body. Xianyang City, Heaven Pavilion. In Heaven Pavilion, silver-eyed Yang Chuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Light pillars quickly appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 3,000 of them. Whoosh. Some energy quickly surged out of each light pillar. In an extremely complicated cycle, some parts of the cycle were wrong and immediately exploded. However, silver-eyed Yang Chuan's insane analytical skills were still being perfected. Heaven Pavilion emitted bursts of light. Xianyang City, Gui Guzi and Zhao Afeng had the Heaven Evolution Disc in front of them. The 2 of them kept activating the disc. Zizi, Le and Miao waited anxiously. After a long while, Gui Guzi took a deep breath and stopped the calculations. How is it? Zizi asked anxiously. It's very strange. I can't calculate it. Gui Guzi frowned. What do you mean you can't calculate it? Le immediately asked. I just can't calculate it. I don't know how it is, but I think the Sky Emperor should be fine. Gui Guzi shook his head. Why? How do you know? Miao asked anxiously. Because of you. Gui Guzi looked at Miao. Me? Yes, your contract with the Sky Emperor is a symbiotic contract. If something happens to the Sky Emperor, you will die too. Gui Guzi explained. Yes, yes. Miao, Yang Chuan is not dead. That's great. Miao immediately cheered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent, Imperial Palace. When Yang Chuan's body emitted a green light and his hair suddenly turned green, Kong Huangtian, who was in the Imperial Heaven Palace, opened his eyes. Kong Huangtian opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Creak. The doors of the Imperial Palace opened. Kong Huangtian slowly walked to the entrance of the palace. Kong Huangtian came out of seclusion. Naturally, it was a big matter for the Kong family. Blind Kong and the other elders of the family rushed over. Old ancestor. Blind Kong said respectfully. Kong Huangtian looked towards the northwest and said, "What happened in the eternal domain?" Old ancestor, Peacock led a group of experts to the southern sea. After opening the eye of the sea, 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts came out. Now, all of them are wreaking havoc in the eternal domain, Blind Kong said concisely. As for how they wreaked havoc, Kong Huangtian naturally saw it clearly with his eyesight. Heaven-devouring tailed beasts, the 8th divine beast in the world. Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Yes. Blind Kong nodded and stood at the side without saying anything else. Looking at the eternal domain, Kong Huangtian said, "Blind Kong, do you know the special characteristics of my peacock race's divine ability?" Yes, the Kong family's divine ability, the peacock's plume. The divine light is divided into the 5-colored divine light, the 10-colored divine light, the 15-colored divine light, and the 20-colored divine light. When the divine light is thrown out, it can wipe out anything. When facing an enemy, no matter how powerful the opponent's Dharma treasure is, as long as the 5-colored divine light is used, the 5-colored divine light can take the opponent's Dharma treasure as his own. Blind Kong said. What kind of divine ability is this? Kong Huangtian asked again. The disciples of the Kong family waited with rapt attention. Because everyone knew that at this moment, the old ancestor was giving them guidance on the divine ability. This guidance was definitely better than cultivating countless times. Blind Kong shook his head. This is the divine ability of the old ancestor. Our bloodline has inherited the divine ability of the old ancestor. Kong Huangtian shook his head. You haven't understood it yet. The divine light is just a manifestation. This divine ability is called deprive. What? Everyone suddenly looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Deprive? The 5th divine ability in the world. Blind Kong said in surprise. Kong Huangtian nodded. Kong Huangtian nodded, and his descendants instantly revealed expressions of wild joy. Deprive divine ability, as the name suggests, deprives the opponent of their divine ability for your own use, deprives the opponent of their treasure, and deprives the opponent of everything. Blind Kong said excitedly. What kind of perverted divine ability was this? 5th. One had to know that the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability was only ranked 10th. In the past, the Hongjun Patriarch's time divine ability was only ranked 9th. The reason why the deprived divine ability was so powerful was because it could deprive the divine abilities ranked below it. Just like the time divine ability. When Kong Huangtian fought against Hongjun, he might have been able to deprive the other party of his divine ability. His divine light was actually the deprived divine ability. Because your bloodline is thin, the deprived divine ability is constantly weakening. It can only produce some divine light that can wipe out everything. It can wipe out the opponent's treasure, but it can only take away the control of the treasure. You have already obtained the foundation of this divine ability. You need to cultivate continuously to improve it. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Also, the top 10 divine abilities in the world are just a general ranking. It mainly depends on the depth of one's cultivation. The deeper one cultivates, the stronger one is. I can deprive the 10th divine ability of the spatial divine ability, but I can only deprive the mysterious spatial divine ability. After that, I can't continue to improve the spatial divine ability. As for the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability, I can't deprive him. Therefore, you need to continue to improve it. Kong Huangtian instructed. Yes. We will definitely study this divine ability. We won't let down the precious wealth that the old ancestor left for us. Blind Kong said. Yes. Do you know the ranking of the divine beasts in the world? Kong Huangtian said. I know a little, but it's not comprehensive. I only know that the exploding beast is 9th, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast is 8th, the identical beast is 7th, the metal beast is 4th, the cricket is 3rd, and the gold beast is 2nd. Blind Kong said. Just like the divine abilities, the ranking of the divine beasts is not absolute. The ranking can be constantly changed. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Blind Kong nodded. My peacock race is ranked 5th. Kong Huangtian explained. Ah! The Kong family disciples were shocked. His peacock clan was actually the 5th divine beast. The top 10 divine beasts each have more than one divine ability. The exploding beast has the divine abilities restore and merge. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast has the divine abilities swallow all and refine all. The identical beast has the divine abilities transform and duplicate. Kong Huangtian said. Then what about my peacock race? Blind Kong asked excitedly. Could it be that the Kong family bloodline had other divine abilities besides the deprived divine ability? Deprive, parasitize. Kong Huangtian said. Parasitize? What's that? Blind Kong frowned. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. His bloodline had such a divine ability. How come he had never noticed it? Kong Huangtian did not explain and continued to look in the direction of Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain. As the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts continued to wreak havoc, the entire Eternal Domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts devoured the earth, and huge craters appeared one after another. They continued to devour and eat until they reached the depths of the earth, and lava shot up into the sky. A sea of fire spread, and earthquakes continued. The entire Eternal Domain seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Under the assault of water and fire, fog rose into the sky. Mo Yu she had already transformed into her human form. She clutched her chest and flew around. Empress, you were heavily injured in the battle with 7 kills. You should rest for a while. Jin Dayu advised. I'm fine. I want to find Yang Chuan. I want to find Yang Chuan. Mo Yu she shouted anxiously. In the distance, 2 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were fighting as if they wanted to devour each other. The way the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other was different from the way the exploding beasts did it. The exploding beasts had merged into one and their strength would increase exponentially. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other as if they were devouring an expert. Mo Yu she quickly flew over. No, these two aren't either. Mo Yu she said anxiously. Whoosh. Once again, Mo Yu she flew away. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1435. The sound of the Eternal Domain crumbling could be heard without end. Countless cultivators fled to the outside world, but there was also a large number of cultivators flying in. Great Shun's East factory guards and scouts from various factions were pouring into the Eternal Domain. Seawater and volcanoes collided, and mist rose into the sky. The entire Eternal Domain was like a huge boiler, boiling and chaotic. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Kong Huangtian stared northwest at the Eternal Domain. Middle Sky Continent's border. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Zhu Men, and Wu Chu, the 4 commanders of the Purple Micro-Celestial Army, stood at the peak of a mountain and looked coldly to the south. With their 15th layer eyesight, they could naturally see through most of the world and see everything in the Eternal Domain. Yang Chuan has already been eaten by the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Do we still want to go? Defeating armies frowned. Yes, why not? Tan Lang said solemnly. Huh. Look at the sky above Xianyang City in the outer East Continent. Tan Lang said solemnly. Everyone looked at the sky above Xianyang. Above Xianyang, the Sea of Providence was still churning. As long as Yang Chuan is alive, the Providence will not be extinguished. If the Sea of Providence continues to churn, Yang Chuan will definitely still be alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. But that's because there are 2 Yang Chuan. One is dead, and the other is alive. That's why the Sea of Providence is fine. Wu Chu frowned. Even so, the Sea of Providence only shook for a while before recovering. So, I'm guessing that Yang Chuan is still alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. However, that heaven-devouring tailed beast is truly powerful. The brave star of the celestial longevity realm is a 14th layer expert. After swallowing it, it was digested in the blink of an eye. Zhu Men frowned. That's why we have to go. Why isn't Yang Chuan dead? Tan Lang frowned. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Boom! A group of people charged straight towards the everlasting domain. Middle Sky Continent, Purple Micro Palace. Great Emperor Purple Micro sat on the dragon throne with Wen Chu standing in front of him. The four of them went to the eternal domain. Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Yes, I allowed it. If you want to blame someone, you should blame me. It's just that when Pajuan came back that day, he was in such a miserable state. Our Ziwei celestial realm has always been the ones bullying others. We have never been bullied before. Wen Chu said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath and did not reprimand Wen Chu. Instead, he looked to the south, as if his gaze had already followed defeating armies and the others to the eternal domain. Southwest region, celestial longevity realm. 7 kills brought his injured subordinates to the entrance of a territory. Sir, should we report this to the Lord? A subordinate asked. Of course, your 72 earthly fiend stars have never suffered such a great loss. 5 of you have died. How are you going to explain this to the Lord? What face do I have left in front of the other corps commanders? Moreover, the 5 of them have gone through life and death with me. If I don't take revenge, how can I face the 5 of them? 7 kills said. Yes. The subordinates clenched their fists and nodded. Sir, you were fighting with Mo Yushi earlier, and you look quite battered. Shouldn't you tidy up your clothes before going to see the Lord? There's still blood at the corner of your mouth. A subordinate said. Tidy up? Of course not. We were bullied, so the Lord intervened. Blood. 7 kills wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. He immediately smeared the blood from the corner of his mouth on his face. Then, he messed up his tidy long hair, making him look even more miserable. The subordinates looked at 7 kills blankly. Quick, find a door plank. Carry me to the Longevity Palace, 7 kills said. The subordinates were speechless. Longevity Palace, Celestial Longevity Realm. Great Emperor Changsheng was presiding over a court meeting. Report. Great Emperor, Lord 7 kills is back, a subordinate shouted. Report when you're back. Have you learned your manners? Little brat, you must have caused trouble again. Great Emperor Changsheng scolded from his dragon throne. Great Emperor Changsheng did not have the majesty of an emperor like Great Emperor Ziwei. Although he scolded, the subordinates knew that Great Emperor Changsheng was very close to his subordinates. Especially 7 kills. Great Emperor Changsheng treated him like his own son. He had valued him greatly since the beginning of the Second Era. Lord 7 kills was carried back. He's seriously injured and on the verge of death. The subordinate said softly. What? Everyone in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Bring him in. Great Emperor Changsheng shouted. Soon, 7 kills was carried into the Longevity Palace with a broken door plank. 7 kills' face was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely battered. The 7 subordinates behind him were no longer as tidy as before. Their hair was also disheveled by 7 kills. 7 kills. A group of officials rushed out of the hall and shouted. 7 kills, how did you end up like this? Who did this? Bastard, I saw the 5 earthly fiend stars being destroyed. I didn't expect this. Bastard. There was an uproar in the hall. Who would have thought that the commander of the 6th Army would be bullied to this extent? 7 kills seemed to be quite good at acting. He squeezed out a tear with difficulty. My lord, you have to uphold justice for me, 7 kills said as if he had been wronged. Great Emperor Changsheng panicked. He quickly stood up from the dragon throne and took 2 steps forward with his fat body. He immediately walked in front of 7 kills. My lord, you have to avenge me. And my 5 brothers, you have to avenge me, 7 kills said as he wiped away the tears that were rolling down his face. How dare you? What's going on? Old 6, who bullied you? A few legion commanders immediately shouted. 7 kills subordinates lowered their heads as much as possible and blushed. They were too embarrassed to let others see their shame. Their lord was too good at pretending to be pitiful. The commanders were filled with righteous indignation. Great Emperor Changsheng's mouth twitched. He muttered to himself, little bastard, You even lied to me. It's the sky-devouring tail beast. And that empress of the Great Shan Imperial Court, Mo Yushi. She's the Dark Phoenix. My lord, brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 Kills said pitifully. Mo Yushi? Little bastard, I don't know Mo Yushi. She's such a polite person. Why would she bother you if you didn't provoke her? How many times have I told you not to cause trouble for those from the Great Shan Celestial Court when you see them? You're still trying to trick me? Tell me the truth. Great Emperor Chang Sheng shouted. My lord, I'm really not hiding anything. I've been bullied. 7 Kills was speechless. He didn't know why his lord was so nice to the Great Shan Imperial Court. Bully my ass. Don't you think I know you're a troublemaker? When I was in the Great Shan Imperial Court, I saw Mo Yushi many times. If you weren't a bastard, why would Mo Yushi bother you for no reason? Besides, how could Mo Yushi be stronger than you? You don't even know how to tell on her now. Great Emperor Chang Sheng's face was full of disappointment. 7 Kills was speechless. Get up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Great Emperor Chang Sheng scolded. 7 Kills felt helpless. Back in the celestial longevity plane, none of the army commanders would be able to see through his feigned illness. Only Heavenly Emperor Longevity would be able to see through his feigned illness. It was as though Heavenly Emperor Longevity knew better than the worm in his stomach. 7 Kills couldn't keep up the act anymore. He slowly climbed up from the door. He grunted as he got up. He no longer looked like he was on his last breath. All the Legion commanders were speechless. My lord, how did you see through it? I already used a secret technique. 7 Kills said strangely. Great Emperor Chang Sheng didn't say anything, but a trace of disdain appeared in his heart. How did you see through it? These are all leftovers from my past games. Chapter 1436. As time passed, the Eternal Domain was on the verge of collapse. Much of the coastline had collapsed, and seawater had flooded into the interior. When it came into contact with the lava, steam rose into the sky, and torrential rain fell. Over the past few days, the Great Shan had been searching for Yang Chuan's whereabouts. 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured countless cultivators. The goal of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts was to quickly grow stronger and stronger. The heaven-devouring tail beasts didn't belong to a tribe. Thus, when there was a shortage of cultivators, they could only devour each other. Each heaven-devouring tail beast represented a tremendous amount of power. Although they didn't have the ability to merge with others like the exploding beast, eating one heaven-devouring tail beast was more beneficial than eating countless cultivators. Boom! Of the 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts fighting each other, only the strongest would be enough. The Great Shan factory guards risked their lives to enter the everlasting domain and send news back to Xianyang City. Lu Buwei was in charge of receiving all kinds of information. The 7-tailed heaven-devouring beast that devoured the Celestial Emperor hasn't appeared yet? Lu Buwei frowned. Yes, Minister Lu. The 7-tailed divine beast has appeared a total of 4 times. Each time, it devoured a heaven-devouring tail beast. Now, it's 200 meters long. However, it burrows into the ground each time, making it difficult for the factory guards to find it, an official said respectfully. And the others? News keeps coming in that large groups of heaven-devouring tail beasts are killing each other. There should only be 10 of them left, but each of them is over 200 meters long. The largest is 240 meters long. They're searching for each other and hunting each other down. Pass on my orders. Continue to search for the Celestial Emperor, Lu Buwei said. Yes. In the everlasting domain. The few remaining heaven-devouring tail beasts were gnawing on mud as they searched for each other. At this moment, a loud cry rang out from somewhere in the heart of everlasting domain. Screech. The void of the eternal domain began to tremble violently. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beast's eyes lit up. From the sound of the cry, they could tell that it came from a peerless expert. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately stopped gnawing on mud and rushed toward the source of the cry. Rumble. At the same time, the rumbling sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. It was Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu, fighting against a 2,000 zhong long heaven-devouring tail beast. Killing path golden body, the bell of chaos. Ming, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu, one on the left and one on the right, interfered with the sky-devouring tail beast. Mo Yu she turned into a streak of black light and slammed into the back of the sky-devouring tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-devourer beast didn't suffer any injuries from the collision, but it was even more enraged. It swung its tail wildly, trying to swallow everyone. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is still chasing after us. How troublesome. Bai Qi frowned. That's right. If the Empress wasn't here, both of us might have been swallowed. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. We can't go on like this. If this drags on, the other heaven-devouring tail beasts will be attracted here. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast waved its tail anxiously. Mo Yu she had turned into the Black Phoenix, but she couldn't do anything. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was too difficult to deal with. Neither of them could do anything to the other, but they could keep Mo Yu she busy. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, back off. I'm going to use my secret technique. Mo Yu she shouted. Yes. The two of them quickly backed off. Without the two of them, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had a much easier time. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's tail grew so long that it covered the sky, wrapping the Black Phoenix in the center. 12 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yu she shouted. The 12 huge tails spread out and the 12 paths of reincarnation surged towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast didn't care about anything. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the 12 tails along with the paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation collapse, explode. Mo Yu she shouted. Boom. The 12 paths of reincarnation exploded in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's mouth. The huge explosion caused the surrounding space to collapse. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was sent flying in pain. A huge crack appeared in its mouth. 3 of its 8 tails were broken. Its entire body was smashed. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was finally heavily injured. Mo Yu's 12 tails were instantly blown to smithereens. Fart. The recoil caused Mo Yushi to spit out a mouthful of blood. She hurriedly flew out of the collapsed black hole. She transformed into her human form. However, her human form was extremely pitiful. Her back was a mess of flesh and blood and her face was extremely pale. Empress, you. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu shouted. Cough. Let's go. The heaven-devouring tailed beast recovers quickly. Once it recovers, we won't be able to escape. Mo Yu she said bitterly. Yes. The two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly summoned a cloud for Mo Yushi to land on. Just as the 3 of them were about to escape. Suddenly, there was another cry. A heaven-devouring tailed beast blocked their path. How is this possible? How did it recover so quickly? Mo Yu she cried out in shock. No, not that one. This one is 210 feet tall. Jin Dayu shouted. Whoosh. Another heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. A third heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. In just a short while, the 3 of them were surrounded by 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts. Mo Yushi and the other two's escape came to an abrupt halt. One 200-foot heaven-devouring tailed beast had already caused Mo Yushi to pay a heavy price to escape. Now, there were 9 of them. Even the smallest was 200 feet tall. How were they supposed to deal with them? The 3 of them landed at the foot of a mountain. They looked up at the 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts in the sky. All of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts are here. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. The first person the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts took a liking to was Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was heavily injured, but the heaven-devouring tailed beasts could taste her deliciousness. Although they didn't know who the Dark Phoenix was, they knew that Mo Yushi was the strongest. Eating her would be very beneficial to them. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts cried out happily. However, their joyful cries were jarring to the ears of Jin Dayu and the others. Is it over? Mo Yushi said bitterly. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu also held their breaths. Jin Dayu, send a message to Xianyang. If Yang Chuan comes back alive, tell him that if there's a next life, I'll still be his wife. Mo Yu, she said with a sad smile. Maybe the Empress will be fine. The Heavenly Emperor will be fine. Maybe the Empress will be fine too. Even if. Jin Dayu comforted her. Send the message. Mo Yu, she shook her head. They were in a desperate situation. There was no way to escape. This wasn't Xianyang. There was nothing they could do. Year. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts glared at each other for a while. Then, they pounced on Mo Yu Shi, Jin Dayu, and Bai Qi. Mo Yu, she was heavily injured. There was nothing she could do. After asking Jin Dayu to send a message to Xianyang, Mo Yu, she closed her eyes. She recalled how good Yang Chuan was. At the moment of death, Mo Yushi's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts charged. The one at the front was about to swallow Mo Yushi whole. Boom. Beneath Mo Yushi's feet, the ground suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a large piece of land exploded. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from beneath the shattered earth. A huge creature broke out of the ground. It was a seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast that was 2,000 feet long. However, its head was green, and its eyes shone with a sharp green light. There was also a pair of dragon horns on its head. The dragon horn-tailed beast charged at the heaven-devouring tailed beast at the front. Boom! Under the huge impact, the surrounding void suddenly became chaotic. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's rhythm was disrupted by the dragon horn-tailed beast. All the heaven-devouring tailed beasts froze. They looked at the strange creature in front of them in shock. Mo Yu, she was prepared to die. However, when she saw the dragon horn-tailed beast, her expression changed. Yang Chuan? Mo Yu, she shouted in joy. The dragon horn-tailed beast stood on the ground with 3 tails. It seemed to be protecting Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and Mo Yu Shi. The Emperor of Heaven, Jin Dayu and Bai Qi were overjoyed. Mo Yu, she was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. The dragon horn-tailed beast looked down at the 3 of them. Its eyes were still cold. It looked at them blankly as if it did not know them. However, it was instinctively protecting them. The dragon horn-tailed beast turned its head. It did not seem to like this feeling. Roar. It roared at the 3 of them. Year. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts looked at the dragon horn-tailed beast curiously. Roar. The dragon horn-tailed beast roared at the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was as if it was provoking all the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. The dragon horn-tailed beast's provocation angered the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. They looked ferocious. The dragon horn-tailed beast did not care. It swung its huge tail and it instantly grew. In the blink of an eye, it reached the heaven-devouring tailed beast that Mo Yu she had injured. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was covered in wounds. However, its wounds were healing quickly. Suddenly, it wrapped its tail around the dragon horn-tailed beast. Yeah! The dragon horn-tailed beast cried out in confusion. Whoosh! It was pulled to the dragon horn-tailed beast. Awoo! The dragon horn-tailed beast opened its mouth and swallowed it. Rumble! The dragon horn-tailed beast's body slowly expanded. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts on the other side looked even more ferocious. After all, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts would devour the other beasts when there were other beasts around. This was the common understanding of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was also the reason why they were only fighting for Mo Yu Shi in the beginning. This dragon horn-tailed beast had gone too far. In an instant, the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts saw the dragon horn-tailed beast as their enemy. They looked ferocious and were ready to kill the dragon horn-tailed beast. Chapter 1437. In the everlasting domain, sea fog filled the sky. At the north coast. Boom! 4 figures appeared at the seaside. Pejuan, Tan Lang, Ju Men, and Wu Chu. We've been delayed for a while. We're finally here, Tan Lang said. Unfortunately, the fog is so thick that we can't see them clearly. Wu Chu frowned. It's okay. We'll find Yang Chuan soon. Let's go in, Tan Lang said. Okay. Boom. The group of people rushed into the everlasting domain. Roar. The dragon horn-tailed beast roared and pounced on the 9 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Boom. The 10 tails tangled together. The dragon horn-tailed beast knew that it was 1 against 9, so it tried its best to stay together. Ah! The dragon horn-tailed beast bit down on a group of tails. Its own tail was bitten as well. Yeah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts cried out in pain. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately let go of their tails. However, the dragon horn-tailed beast did not seem to be afraid of pain and continued to bite down on the group of tails. 2 of its own tails were bitten off again. Yeah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts waved their huge tails in pain. For a moment, the void around them shattered. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu quickly took the opportunity to escape to a safe place. The 3 of them knew that they could not help at all. Even if they stayed, they would not be of any help. They might even affect the dragon horn-tailed beast's battle. Roar. The dragon horn-tailed beast roared angrily. Swoosh. Suddenly, countless blood seas appeared in all directions. As soon as the blood seas appeared, they drowned the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts. At this moment, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts did not have the mood to devour the blood seas. Their tails were bitten off and they wanted to take revenge on the dragon horn-tailed beast. The blood seas were in chaos. Suddenly, they could not tell who was who. Yeah! Roar. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts roared angrily. Suddenly, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts saw a tail beast sweep over. Rumble. The blood seas continued to fill up the void. The original battle suddenly became chaotic. No one knew who they were fighting, but that was no longer important. They just needed to eat the other party. Boom. Boom. In the blood sea, a group of heaven-devouring tailed beasts fought each other. The sea of blood filled the sky, surging with invincibility. Ah-woo. Ah-woo. After fighting for a while, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Waves of powerful auras were constantly being emitted. Clearly, some of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts were growing stronger. In the outside world, Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with worry. Blood Sea divine ability, this is Yang Chuan's divine ability. As expected, Yang Chuan is still alive. Mo Yushi was worried, but her eyes were filled with joy. Everyone waited patiently for an unknown period of time. Boom! All of a sudden, the sea of blood exploded and dispersed. The original 10 heaven-devouring tail beasts had all been used up. Only 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts were left, biting each other. 2 heaven-devouring tailed beasts that were 250 feet long. 1 dragon horn, the other 8 tails. They bit each other's tails and stared at each other, glaring at each other. Roar. Roar. The 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts continued to compete. Neither was willing to give in. Neither was able to eat the other. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and 4 figures appeared in midair. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Juman, and Wu Chu had all arrived. Haha, I told you. Tan Lang sneered. Yang Chuan. Defeating armies suddenly roared. The dragon-horned tailed beast was stunned for a moment, as if it was very sensitive to the name Yang Chuan. This slight pause gave the other tailed beast a chance to attack. Crack. Another tail of the dragon horn-tailed beast was bitten off. At the same time, the tailed beast chased after the dragon horn-tailed beast, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. No. Mo Yu, she screamed in horror. The tailed beast that Yang Chuan was in was eaten again. Oh! Defeating armies frowned. Rumble. The 8-tailed heaven-devouring tail beast's body suddenly expanded again. Soon, its body grew from 250 feet to 280 feet. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast cried out happily. However, after just 2 cries, his face suddenly revealed a pained expression, and he quickly rolled on the ground in pain. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast rolled on the ground in pain. As it rolled, it was surrounded by smoke and dust. What's going on? Tan Lang frowned. Yang Chuan. Mo Yushi flew over anxiously. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Ha, the Empress of Diasian? And 2 generals of Diasian? Defeating armies looked at them with hatred. Boom. Another loud noise came from the smoke and dust. The noise gradually subsided, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. 2 huge dragon horns appeared on the head of the heaven-devouring tail beast. It opened its eyes and 2 beams of green light shot out. Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei had been watching defeating armies and his group. His vision pierced through the fog and he instantly saw the new heaven-devouring tail beast. Yang Chuan? His controlling the new heaven-devouring tail beast. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a dark expression. In the distance, the new heaven-devouring tail beast turned its head and looked at Mo Yushi and then at defeating armies and his group. It was as if it didn't recognize Mo Yushi, but it could tell who was hostile towards it. The hostility came from defeating armies, Tanlang, Ju Men, and Wu Chu Ruo. The heaven-devouring tail beast roared at the 4 of them instinctively. Ha ha, you think you can escape just because you've turned into a beast? Today, I'll pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation you've suffered back then. Defeating armies shouted angrily. Roar. The heaven-devouring tail beast acted on instinct and didn't waste time talking. Its 4 huge tails immediately rushed towards the 4 of them. Ha! The 4 of them were stunned. 1 against 4. Yang Chuan really didn't want to live anymore. They each took out their weapons and slashed at the 4 huge tails. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the space shattered. The weapons and the huge tails retreated. However, the huge tails weren't injured at all. What? The 4 commanders' expressions suddenly changed. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei also narrowed his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Roar. The heaven-devouring tail beast roared and rushed towards the 4 of them again. Rumble. 8 huge tails broke through the space and swept towards the 4 of them again. Watch out! Tanlang yelled. Boom! 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 After another collision, the heaven-devouring tail beast became fiercer and fiercer. The 4 of them attacked with all their might. Only Tanlang's attack left a huge wound on one of the huge tails. The other 3 couldn't even move the huge tails. The heaven-devouring tail beast was in pain. It twisted its head and opened its mouth to swallow Tanlang. You're asking for it. Sky-breaking sword. Tanlang stabbed his sword into the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. Awoo! The huge sword energy was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. It didn't back down and pounced again. Bastard! Tanlang's expression changed. He struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, the shadow of a huge wolf seemed to appear in the air. It pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast. Awoo! It swallowed the heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast was getting closer and closer to Tanlang. What? Tanlang exclaimed. The other 3's expressions changed. Seeing that Tanlang was in trouble, they immediately stabbed their weapons at the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! 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 After 3 heavy attacks, the heaven-devouring tail beast was finally stopped. Tanlang immediately escaped. However, the heaven-devouring tail beast had too many tails. One of them instantly wrapped around defeating armies and tied him up. Ah! Defeating armies' expression changed. Let go of defeating armies, Tanlang exclaimed. Juman and Wutsu's expressions changed as well. They had just escaped when they pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast again. Their weapons were even more ferocious. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, at this moment, another tail wrapped around Juman. Ah! Juman screamed. He was immediately tied up by the tail and could not move. Cut off his tail and save defeating armies and Juman, Tanlang exclaimed. Tanlang and Wutsu cut off 1 tail each and slashed at the heaven-devouring tail beast's 2 huge tails. Boom! Before Wutsu could use his full power, another tail wrapped around him. However, Tanlang's attack was powerful. It shattered the void and cut off defeating army's tail. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, another tail-bound defeating armies, who had just escaped, once again. In just a short while, only Tanlang was left of the 4 powerhouses. The other 3 were caught in the tail and looked terrified. Defeating armies. Juman. Wutsu. The 3's astral energy could not break free from the heaven-devouring tail beast's power. Let them go. Tanlang said anxiously. Squeak. The heaven-devouring tail beast looked fierce. It blocked Tanlang's attack while preparing to send the 3 into its mouth. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu looked at the heaven-devouring tail beast in front of them in shock. The 4 of them are all level 15. How can the Celestial Emperor be so powerful? Jin Dayu said in shock. Isn't this too fierce? Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed when he saw that his 4 subordinates were about to be killed. Heaven-devouring tail beast. Bastard. Great Emperor Ziwei glared. He sat on the dragon throne and suddenly emitted a purple light. The purple light left his body and formed a transparent human figure of Great Emperor Ziwei. Wen Chu, guard my body, I'll send my projection over. Great Emperor Ziwei's projection shouted. Yes. Wen Chu answered. The transparent projection of Great Emperor Ziwei dashed forward. Whoosh. It disappeared from the spot. As for his real body, it sat on the dragon throne without moving. Eternal domain. Tanlang's sword slashed down fiercely. Roar. The heaven-devouring tail beast did not care at all. It sent the 3 cultivators into its mouth in the blink of an eye. It was not afraid of the energy saber. It would eat them all. No. Tanlang roared in despair. The 3 brothers from the second epoch were going to be eaten right in front of their eyes. Tanlang, save me. Po Jun, Ju Men, and Wu Chu cried out. But Tanlang could do nothing. Just as the 3 of them were about to be eaten. Suddenly, a purple light appeared from the north and slammed into the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom. A force several times stronger than Tanlang's collided. The heaven-devouring tail beast was sent flying from the center of Eternal Domain. The huge force shattered the void and sent it flying to the seaside of Eternal Domain. A super heavy blow. Chapter 1438. Boom. A force that was several times stronger than Tanlang's hit sent the heaven-devouring tailed beast flying from the center of the everlasting domain. Under the huge force, it shattered the void and flew to the seaside of the everlasting domain. A super heavy blow. It crossed half the domain. Under the huge force, Po Jun, Ju Men, and Wu Chu were freed and sent to different places. They were all overjoyed. One had to know that they were almost eaten just now. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's digestive ability was obvious to all. Although they had never eaten a 15th-level celestial plane cultivator before, they could not guarantee that they would not be digested. Boom. The heaven-devouring tailed beast only stopped after destroying a large mountain range. In the distance, everyone flew towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was buried in a pile of ruins. It was stunned by the sudden attack. After a while, crack, crack, the heaven-devouring tailed beast slowly stirred the ruins and got up. In the outside world, 5 figures were standing in the air. Tanlang, Ju Men, Po Jun, Wu Chu, and a purple transparent figure exuded a majestic aura. Under the purple transparent figure's feet was a vast triangular arched altar. The Great Emperor's altar. Thank you, my lord. Po Jun and the other 2 bowed gratefully. Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's attack had saved everyone just now. The transparent figure in front of them was a projection of Great Emperor Ziwei. He had arrived in the everlasting domain from such a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was indescribably fierce. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold as he looked at the heaven-devouring tailed beast that had crawled out of the ruins. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast growled. The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Its eyes flashed with anger. It had almost eaten something delicious just now, but it had been ruined by him. HMPH, Yang Chuan? Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared. Swinging its 7 tails, the sky-devouring tail beast looked like it was going to eat all 5 of them. My lord, this beast is really powerful. This subordinate is at the middle stage of the 15th heavenly layer. With the help of Army Destroyer, Juman, and Wutsu, I barely managed to cut off one of its tails, Tan Lang said bitterly. They had thought that they would be able to tear down all obstacles before them, but after encountering this monster, they realized that other than themselves, they had nearly been wiped out. Master, this monster is very strange. It doesn't seem to have Yang Chuan's intelligence, but it can use some of Yang Chuan's abilities, defeating armies said. Roar. The sky-devouring tailed beast let out another roar. Its huge tail stretched out with a loud rumble. It grew longer and charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. He wanted to take revenge for the previous attack. The giant tail lashed out like a heavy sword. It tore through the void and arrived in front of Great Emperor Ziwei in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes turned cold. He extended his right index and middle finger and pointed them at the giant tail. Between Great Emperor Ziwei's right index and middle finger, a blood-red ball of light suddenly appeared. It was like a blood-red demonic star shooting out from his fingertips. It was extremely beautiful. His 2 fingers touched the giant tail. Boom! The sky-devouring tailed beast's tail suddenly exploded. Yeah, yeah! The sky-devouring tailed beast suddenly cried out in pain. 2 fingertips to break one of its tails? Tan Lang and the others all looked extremely impressed. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength had long become a legend in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sky-devouring tailed beast was left with only 6 tails. After being hit by Great Emperor Ziwei again, not only was it not afraid, but its eyes became even more ferocious. Roar! Roar! As it roared, the sky-devouring tailed beast pounced towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. When it opened its mouth, its expression was ferocious. It was as if it would only be satisfied after swallowing Great Emperor Ziwei completely. Beast! You're courting death. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He extended his right palm. There were 7 large red moles on his right palm. It was extremely beautiful. His right palm struck out. Boom! Above the void, a huge purple energy palm suddenly appeared. However, this energy palm was different from other energy palms. Within Great Emperor Ziwei's energy palm, there were 7 blood-red light spots. They were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and there were 7 demonic moles on his palm. Boom! The energy palm struck the sky-devouring tailed beast's head, and the 7 demonic moles instantly shot out 7 beams of scarlet light. Bam! 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 The 7 beams of scarlet light instantly pierced through the sky-devouring tailed beast. In an instant, 7 large holes were pierced through its body. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast cried out in horror. On the side, Tan Lang and the others were shocked. One should know that when their attacks landed on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body, they all rebounded. Even if they attacked with all their might, they could not do anything to the beast's powerful defense. However, the 7 demonic moles on their master's palm instantly pierced 7 large holes through the beast's head. The 7 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's head looked extremely ferocious. PFFTT. The energy palm dissipated. Countless colorful gases suddenly emitted from the 14 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. It was like a balloon that had deflated. Plop! The sky-devouring tailed beast fell to the ground from midair. It could not even withstand a single attack from Great Emperor Ziwei. The ferocious sky-devouring tailed beast was no match for Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. Sizzle! Colorful gases continued to emit from the 14 bloody holes. The sky-devouring tailed beast gradually lost consciousness. Was it dead? Was it dead just like that? Yang Chuan! Mo Yushi's despairing cry suddenly came from afar. Mo Yushi was severely injured. Jin Dayu had transformed into the Golden Crow and rushed over with Bai Qi and Mo Yushi in tow. However, when they arrived, they saw the sky-devouring tailed beast killed by Great Emperor Ziwei with a single palm strike. No! Enduring the pain, Mo Yushi roared and flew toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. Yang Chuan, don't die! Yang Chuan! Mo Yu she pounced on the sky-devouring tailed beast in horror. However, the sky-devouring tailed beast kept leaking spiritual essence. Celestial Emperor Jin Dayu and Bai Qi also rushed over in horror. The previously invincible sky-devouring tailed beast was killed with a single move. Everyone rushed toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. In mid-air, Po Jun and the others admired Great Emperor Ziwei even more. "My lord is invincible," everyone exclaimed in their hearts. So what if it was the sky-devouring tailed beast? He killed it with a single move. Their lord was too powerful. No wonder he was the most powerful Great Emperor. However, Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. There are still signs of life. Everyone was slightly stunned. As the sky-devouring tailed beast leaked spiritual essence, its entire body seemed to be rapidly decaying. The sky-devouring tailed beast was dead. It had been killed by Great Emperor Ziwei. Its body was decaying. Mo Yu she rushed over with tears streaming down her face. She kept calling out Yang Chuan's name. Just as Mo Yu she was calling out, "Cough." A soft cough came from the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. Mo Yu's crying stopped slightly. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Cough, cough. There were 2 more coughs. The sky-devouring tailed beast's body was rapidly decaying. Mo Yu she quickly dug through the rotten flesh. Soon, she found a sack inside. A naked man was wrapped in the sack. The man seemed to have fallen into a coma. He was slowly waking up. Cough, cough. The man coughed again. "Yang Chuan, Yang Chuan, Yang Chuan." Mo Yu she cried out excitedly. Rip. Mo Yu she tore open the sack, revealing Yang Chuan's head. "Yang Chuan, that's great. You're fine." Mo Yu she hugged Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan was in Mo Yu's arms. He slowly opened his eyes. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, zombie Yang Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Phew, I can finally feel my human body again. Eternal domain. Yang Chuan. Defeating armies shouted. Yang Chuan, who was in Mo Yu's arms, suddenly focused his empty eyes. Yang Chuan in human form had awakened. Zombie Yang Chuan transmitted his will, and Yang Chuan in human form had regained his consciousness. Yang Chuan in human form frowned as he looked at the 5 people in mid-air. Tanlang, defeating armies, Wuxu, and Juman. There was also a transparent person in purple imperial robes. He was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. His identity was obvious. Great Emperor Ziwei? Yang Chuan's expression darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Yang Chuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yang Chuan? How have you been since we last met?" Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Back then, in the heavenly sea of the outer North Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei had accepted the position of a saint. Although he didn't talk to Yang Chuan back then, they still met once. "Great Emperor Ziwei?" Yang Chuan said in a low voice. "Just now, how did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast?" Great Emperor Ziwei asked curiously. Although the heaven-devouring tailed beast was nothing to Great Emperor Ziwei, he was still curious about it. Yang Chuan's cultivation was only at the 12th layer of heaven. How could a 12th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven? To be able to control a heaven-devouring tailed beast with a gap of 3 layers, there must be something special about it. Control? Yang Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Stop pretending. What's the point? Defeating armies suddenly shouted. Do you have the right to speak? Yang Chuan looked at defeating armies. Bastard, what did you say? Defeating armies shouted angrily. The humiliation in the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was humiliating him in front of Great Emperor Ziwei again. If it weren't for Great Emperor Ziwei, defeating armies would have killed Yang Chuan immediately to take revenge for the past. Yang Chuan naturally didn't need to be polite to defeating armies. Now that the situation was bad, it didn't mean that he needed to curry favor with defeating armies. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Obviously, he was also very dissatisfied with Yang Chuan's attitude. Yang Chuan, I'll ask you again. How did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly again. As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Yang Chuan and the others. Boom! The rotten corpse of the heaven-devouring tailed beast was instantly flattened. A powerful aura rushed towards everyone. But at this moment, a beam of green light shot out from the southeast. Boom! The green light collided with Great Emperor Ziwei's aura with a powerful aura. It brazenly blocked the impact of Great Emperor Ziwei's aura. A green transparent figure instantly blocked in front of Yang Chuan and the others. It was another projection. The number one person in the third era, Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's face darkened. Chapter 1439. In front of the Imperial Celestial Palace in the southern outer continent. Kong Huangtian stood quietly with a group of Kong family members. Kong Huangtian had been paying attention to the Eternal Dominion. Most importantly, he was paying attention to Yang Chuan. Parasitism? Most of the Kong family members possessed one of the two divine abilities of the peacock. However, no one else had ever possessed the parasitism divine ability. Yang Chuan was the first one. Kong Huangtian looked into the distance solemnly, observing Yang Chuan. When Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared and Yang Chuan was on the verge of death, Kong Huangtian finally made a move. Blind Kong, protect my body, Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Buzz. Kong Huangtian's body emitted a green light as a projection stepped out of his body. Yes. Blind Kong said respectfully. Boom. Kong Huangtian's projection shot towards the Eternal Dominion and disappeared in an instant. The number one person in the third epoch, Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. Kong Huangtian's body was covered in green light, and his expression was indifferent. He stood in front of Yang Chuan and the others, blocking Yang Chuan and the others behind him. Middle Heaven Big Dipper Great Emperor Ziwei, I've long heard of your great name. Kong Huangtian nodded. The two peerless experts stared at each other. Yang Chuan, who was behind Kong Huangtian, frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Huangtian solemnly. One had to know that although he had a trace of the Kong family's bloodline, he didn't have much interaction with Kong Huangtian. At this critical moment, Kong Huangtian was blocking in front of him. Why? Screech. A group of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was the Kong family's patriarch, Peacock. Peacock had long been paying attention to the battle of the heaven-devouring beast, but he didn't dare to show himself. The battle here was also his main focus. It just so happened that this place wasn't far from where he was originally. Peacock Z had arrived early and hid in the dark until Kong Huangtian appeared. Greetings, old ancestor, Peacock and his subordinates said. Kong Huangtian nodded, but he kept looking at Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian with a puzzled expression. Kong Huangtian, I'm doing something. Why are you blocking me? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Great Emperor Ziwei, may I know what you need to do? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Do I need to report to you when I do things? Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, I know what Great Emperor Ziwei wants to do, but I want to protect Yang Chuan. I hope Great Emperor Ziwei can show mercy. Amen. Everyone looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Protect? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly. Yes, Yang Chuan has our Kong clan's bloodline. Kong Huangtian nodded. At this moment, no one dared to interrupt the conversation between Kong Huangtian and the Great Emperor of Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he was merely interrogating Yang Chuan about the secret technique that he had used. Yet, Kong Huangtian suddenly came here to prevent him from interrogating Yang Chuan? Could it be that the secret technique was something shameful? Oh, the Kong clan's bloodline? Heh, it's a pity that he doesn't acknowledge your bloodline. Otherwise, why didn't he join your Kong clan when he was in the heavenly court? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Kong Huangtian didn't say anything. Peacock Z suddenly turned to look at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan, are you willing to join my Kong clan? Great Emperor Ziwei's excuse was exactly what Peacock Z wanted. Peacock Z had always been thinking about how to strengthen the Kong clan and how to bring Diasian into the Kong clan. Now that the opportunity had come, he was naturally anxious. Although Yang Chuan was weak, he wasn't stupid. He smiled coldly and said, "Clan leader Kong, you must be joking." Peacock Z's expression suddenly changed. He was angry that Yang Chuan didn't cooperate. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly and said, "Did you see that? He doesn't acknowledge your Kong clan. Kong Huangtian, get out of the way." Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, "I didn't say that he acknowledged the Kong clan. I only said that he has the Kong clan's bloodline." Great Emperor Ziwei's expression turned cold. At the side, Peacock Z also looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Yang Chuan didn't even acknowledge the Kong clan as his ancestor. Why did the old ancestor still want to protect him? The more Kong Huangtian protected Yang Chuan, the more curious Great Emperor Ziwei became. At the same time, he became more and more serious about the previous question. "Great Emperor Ziwei, please leave," Kong Huangtian said again. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and shook his head. "What if I don't leave?" Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere around them gradually changed. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei looked at each other coldly. It was as if they would immediately fight if they made the slightest move. "Great Emperor Ziwei, this is the southern outer continent. Please leave. I, Ziwei, have never failed to take away anyone that I want." Their auras continued to rise as they collided with each other. Rumble. The collision of their auras created a series of sonic booms. Just as their auras reached their peak, boom. From the north, another beam of white light suddenly rushed over. A violent aura instantly dispersed the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. Whoosh! A white figure stopped. A fat, transparent, white-clothed man was standing on a huge Great Emperor altar. Po Jun, Peacock Z, and the others' expressions changed. What day was it today? Why was there another Great Emperor here? Everyone looked over. Eastern Orthodox sect. Yang Chuan suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. Wasn't this the director of the Heavenly Court's Foreign Affairs Department? Why? Great Emperor Chang Sheng? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha ha, Great Emperor Ziwei, I haven't seen you for 2 eras. You're still a real man." Great Emperor Chang Sheng laughed. Great Emperor Ziwei. Peacock Z and the others were confused. This was Great Emperor Chang Sheng? But why was his tone so strange? "What are you doing here?" Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. "You can come, but I can't. There, that Yang Chuan is my brother. I'm here to see him." Great Emperor Chang Sheng said with a smile. "Brother?" Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. The others also looked at Great Emperor Chang Sheng in shock. "Of course. When Yang Chuan and I were in the sealed realm, we peeked at, Great Emperor Chang Sheng stopped halfway through his sentence. On the other hand, Yang Chuan's face turned black. This was because Yang Chuan already knew what Dongfang Zhengpai was talking about. In the sealed world, Dongfang Zhengpai would often peek at women bathing. The first time they met, Yang Chuan bumped into him. In short, Yang Chuan and I are good brothers. "Great Emperor Ziwei, what are you trying to do?" Great Emperor Chang Sheng stood in front of Yang Chuan, looking as if he was supporting Yang Chuan. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes and stared at Great Emperor Chang Sheng. The Longevity Emperor replied with a grin. Although Great Emperor Chang Sheng said it casually, it was obvious that he wanted to protect Yang Chuan. Kong Huangtian's attitude also made it clear that he wanted to protect Yang Chuan. A single Yang Chuan had actually used 2 peerless powerhouses to protect him. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, and the others all looked surprised. Even Peacock Z was at a loss at this moment. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at Yang Chuan meaningfully. "Ha, all right. For your sake, I'll spare Yang Chuan for now. In the future, Yang Chuan won't be so lucky," Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. "Great Emperor Ziwei, you're really a good person," Great Emperor Chang Sheng said seriously. "Great Emperor Ziwei. Let's go." With a wave of his sleeve, Great Emperor Ziwei led his 4 subordinates and shot towards the north. Phew, That scared me to death. I thought Ziwei was really going to fight. Great Emperor Changsheng patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Everyone. Great Emperor Ziwei left. At this moment, Great Emperor Changsheng looked at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked at Yang Chuan. He had no intention of bringing him back to the Kong family. Don't die too early, Kong Huangtian said lightly. Boom. Kong Huangtian instantly shot towards the imperial palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Great ancestor, great ancestor. Peacock Zi's expression changed as he chased after Kong Huangtian. Everyone followed and left. Peacock Z still looked at Yang Chuan with some reluctance. How good would it be if Yang Chuan was his subordinate? However, this person was too insensible. Everyone left, leaving Great Emperor Changsheng alone. Dongfang Zhengpai? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Ha ha ha, you should just call me Changsheng or Zhengpai. It was fine in the past, but now I'm still using the surname Dongfang. I feel weird. After all this, I've actually become Dongfang Bubai's grandson. Great Emperor Changsheng laughed. Oh. Yang Chuan was slightly surprised. Let's go. To support this projection of mine, we have to constantly spend money. Follow me to the Longevity Palace. There's no need to stay here anymore. Great Emperor Changsheng said. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. He slowly stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a set of dragon robes appeared on his body. Jin Dayu, stay here. Gather the 6 dragons and wait for me at the Longevity Palace. Yang Chuan said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Let's go. Great Emperor Changsheng flicked his sleeve. Yang Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yu Shi immediately shot towards the celestial longevity realm. Along the way, Mo Yu Shi quickly took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them to recover from her injuries. Yang Chuan's body was still weak. Bai Qi supported him by the side. Underworld, Great Qin City. Clang. Zombie Yang Chuan stepped out of the training room. Celestial Emperor. The civil and military officials stood respectfully outside, looking nervously at Zombie Yang Chuan. Celestial Emperor, is everlasting domain all right? Li Sai asked worriedly. Inform everyone that the crisis has been resolved. I'm safe. Zombie Yang Chuan said. Yes. Li Sai smiled excitedly. News of Zombie Yang Chuan's safety quickly spread to Xianyang. Immediately, Xianyang's ministers and empress cheered. Meow. That's great. It's finally all right. Meow cried. But what happened? Le was still worried. Let's go to the underworld and ask Yang Chuan. Zizi smiled. Okay. Zhao Afang nodded immediately. With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Xianyang's heavenly pavilion, silver-eyed Yang Chuan sat in the center of the Great Hall. There were 3,000 pillars of light in the Great Hall, each surging with energy. Compared to when he first started, he was much more proficient. Gradually, his form became the same as the space in the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is indeed mysterious. The 3,000 heavenly Tao can finally merge into one. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan sighed. Chapter 1440. Yang Realm, Southwest Continent, Celestial Longevity Realm. The officials were guarding Emperor Changsheng's body. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, and Emperor Changsheng's projection returned. Along with him were 3 haggard figures, Yang Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yu Shi. Welcome back, my lord, the officials said. Among them, Qi Shou's eyes lit up. My lord, you've captured Mo Yu Shi. That's great. Thank you, my lord. Qi Shou was overjoyed. He thought that Emperor Changsheng had gone there to avenge him. Mo Yu Shi frowned. Emperor Changsheng scolded, Get out of my way, this is my brother's wife. If you dare disrespect her, I'll punish you by sending you to the mines. Huh. Qi Shou's face froze. Whoosh. Emperor Changsheng's projection took a picture with his body. Yang Chuan, you're all heavily injured. Rest first. We'll talk after you've rested, Emperor Changsheng said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Emperor Changsheng arranged for Yang Chuan and the others to rest first. Mo Yushi's injuries were the most serious. She would need a long time to recuperate. Bai Qi's injuries were not serious. He stood guard for the two. In a quiet room, Mo Yushi and Yang Chuan sat together with their legs crossed. Peak Tier 12. Just one more step and I'll reach Tier 13. What a pity. Yang Chuan sighed. Yang Chuan reached out and a pink bead appeared in his palm. A transparent sky-devouring tailbeast was sealed in the bead. 201 sky-devouring tailbeast soul essences. Heh. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Yang Chuan put away the pink bead. He looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was still recuperating. Yang Chuan stood up and took out a pool of water. He took a bath and changed his clothes before walking to the door. Kwong. Opening the door, Yang Chuan stepped out of the main hall, dressed in a soft black robe. Heavenly Emperor. Bai Qi said respectfully. Guard the outside of the palace. No one is to disturb Yushi. Yang Chuan instructed. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Yang Chuan strode towards the Longevity Palace. Not long after, 7 kills walked toward him. Haha, Yang Di, I'm really sorry about that day. I just made a mistake. Fortunately, Yang Di is fine. Otherwise, I would have sinned. Qi Shuo immediately stepped forward with a smile. Originally, he had wanted to take revenge, but Immortal Emperor's attitude made 7 kills realize that revenge was futile. His lord was the first to disagree. He immediately thought of repairing their relationship. Looking at 7 kills, Yang Chuan nodded. I saw it clearly that day as well. It was all a coincidence. Ha ha ha, Yang Di is still the most sensible. I've been scolded by my brothers for a long time. Yang Di, our lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Let me bring you to him. 7 kills smiled. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yang Chuan also wanted to meet Dongfangzhen sect. Immortal Emperor? Yang Chuan was really surprised when the two of them joined forces. Yang Chuan finally met Immortal Emperor on a large balcony. You can leave now. Immortal Emperor said to 7 kills. Yes. 7 kills left, leaving only Yang Chuan and Immortal Emperor. Haha, Yang Chuan, you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this, did you? Immortal Emperor smiled proudly. The Longevity Emperor's personality was extremely carefree and easygoing. He treated his subjects like this and Yang Chuan like this as well. Although there was a slight difference between him and the Eastern Orthodox sect, his easygoing personality was still similar. Indeed, I didn't expect this. When Ren Shu said you were someone from the Second Era, I did make a lot of guesses, but I didn't expect you to be Immortal Emperor. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Chuan smiled wryly. Of course. Can't an emperor be fat? Who made that rule? I'm fat, so I'm proud. Immortal Emperor said immediately. Yang Chuan nodded strangely. Speaking of which, your identity is very strange. Your body in the mortal realm is related to Bai Huang, Ming, and Kong Huangtian. Your body in the netherworld is related to Great Emperor Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen isn't someone to be trifled with. Take it easy. Immortal Emperor said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yang Chuan nodded with a smile. After all, Immortal Emperor's tone was one of concern. Yang Chuan took out a pot of tea, poured 2 cups, and drank. Immortal Emperor didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the other cup and drank as well. Not bad. Golden Ganoderma tea that ripens once every 3,000 years. Immortal Emperor smiled. Yang Chuan smiled and nodded. Can you tell me about the Second Era? Also, how did you obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank? Yang Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era? The Second Era is divided into the early, middle, and late periods. Today's emperors were born in the middle and late periods. Back then, one Great Emperor karmic rank after another kept popping up. I snatched one and became Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor said. Oh, snatched one? You didn't obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank through cultivation? Yang Chuan asked curiously. That's just a lie. How can you refine something like this yourself? The longevity Immortal Emperor laughed. Born from heaven and earth? Immortal Emperor shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's strange. According to the pattern on the Great Emperor altar, there should be as many as 9. However, I only know 8 of them. There's still one more, but I don't know who it is. There's still someone you don't know? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Of course. There are countless conspiracies hidden in the secrets of heaven and earth. How could I know all of them? Immortal Emperor said matter-of-factly. That day, I have to thank you for your help. That's why Great Emperor Ziwei retreated. Yang Chuan said. Great Emperor Ziwei? He was born in the middle of the Second Era. You'd better not provoke him. Other than Great Emperor Jiangchen, whose whereabouts are still unknown, he's the strongest among the great emperors. He's extremely arrogant, powerful, and supercilious. He probably had other concerns that day, so he didn't bother you. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded solemnly. Then, do you know anything about the early part of the Second Era? Yang Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era was full of talents. You know Cao Cao. Back then, he was even more talented than me. Unfortunately, for some reason, his cultivation stagnated. In the end, he came up with something as monstrous as fate. The early part of the Second Era is still a mystery. First of all, we don't know who the first great emperor was, but we do have a guess. Immortal Emperor frowned. Oh, the strongest person in the Second Era. 1.5. 1.5. Yang Chuan listened to the name with a strange expression. Yes. Although he rarely shows himself, haha, you know about the 3,000 stars of the Second Era, right? Immortal Emperor asked. That's right. Yang Chuan nodded. He was the one who created the 3,000 stars. Anyway, he's elusive. Immortal Emperor said. He was the first great emperor? I don't know. Because he was the strongest in the Second Era, we all have some guesses. Because he was recognized as the strongest person in the early part of the Second Era, he didn't show up in the middle and late part of the Second Era. He only showed up when the Second Era was about to end. The moment he appeared, he created the 3,000 stars, so, 1.5? What a strange name. 1.5 or Tai Kai. The meaning of this name is more than a complete world. There's an extra heaven. This person was extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Now, his whereabouts are unknown, Immortal Emperor said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded solemnly. That day, I heard you mention Dongfang Bubai. Could it be that Dongfang Bubai was also a powerful person in the Second Era? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Dongfang Bubai was too pretentious. I don't like him. He was also from the early part of the Second Era. At the beginning, he was a great emperor. Immortal Emperor said. He was also a great emperor? Yes. The great emperor's karmic position under Great Emperor Qing Long's feet belonged to Dongfang Bubai. After Dongfang Bubai had it for a while, he suddenly didn't want it anymore. So, he cut it out of his body. That was how Great Emperor Qing Long got it first. Immortal Emperor said. Oh. He didn't want the Great Emperor's karmic position? Why? Yang Chuan asked curiously. No one knows. Later on, I went to ask him. However, that bastard pulled a long face and said arrogantly, the Great Emperor's altar is too ugly. Immortal Emperor said unhappily. Yang Chuan was speechless. Ugly my ass. I worked so hard to get the Great Emperor's karmic position. How dare he insult it and say it's too ugly? Isn't he saying that I have no taste? At that time, I fought with him. Immortal Emperor said angrily. And then? Yang Chuan asked. There's nothing else. Emperor Chang Sheng said unhappily. Obviously, Immortal Emperor had lost. Yang Chuan didn't continue asking. At that moment, Yang Chuan finally understood why Great Emperor Ziwei would rather take over the Great Zhou dynasty than touch Dongfang Bubai's sphere of influence for the time being. Haven't you thought of combining all the Great Emperor's altars? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Who hasn't thought of that? Of course, we have. But how? It's fine if you have this idea. Once you take action, you will definitely be surrounded by all the great emperors. However, it seems like Great Emperor Ziwei has this idea, Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Then, do you know about the Grave Clan? Yang Chuan asked. Grave Clan? Of course, they are a clan that was born in the early part of the Second Era. However, their numbers are very small and they are an extremely strange clan. Moreover, they are a group of perverted lunatics who commit suicide for no reason. Damn! Immortal Emperor said strangely. Commit suicide for no reason? Yes. Once, I was fighting with someone from the Grave Clan. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I finally know where I'm lacking." He stabbed the knife into his stomach, and then he died. I was scared out of my wits. I've never seen such a self-harming lunatic, Immortal Emperor said with a conflicted expression. Yang Chuan was speechless. Forget Immortal Emperor, even Yang Chuan felt that it was extremely strange when he thought about it now. He was fighting with his opponent, and in the middle of the fight, he suddenly killed himself while laughing. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned for a long time. Chapter 1441. Yang Chuan and Emperor Chang Sheng discussed the situation of the Second Era. What? You're going to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Emperor Chang Sheng exclaimed. That's right. That place is going to become a place of conflict. That's Great Emperor Ziwei's next target. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned. With a slight smile, Yang Chuan looked at Emperor Chang Sheng and said, just as you said, Great Emperor Ziwei already has the ambition to rule the world. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned. After the Western continent is stabilized, where will he expand his territory? Your celestial longevity realm might not be able to escape either. Yang Chuan laughed. But that's a matter for the future. A matter for the future? It's not a matter for the future. The four realms are about to merge. There's not much time left. So what if we make a big splash this time? So what if the other great emperors hate us? There's not much time left. We can't afford to think twice. Yang Chuan shook his head. Emperor Chang Sheng frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Emperor Chang Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled and said, Yang Chuan, if you can get more than 2 great Emperor Karma ranks, I will also give you mine. Huh? Yang Chuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Boom. A huge altar suddenly appeared under Emperor Chang Sheng's feet. This is the Great Emperor altar. Take a look. Emperor Chang Sheng said. Yang Chuan took a closer look. This great emperor's altar looked even more perfect than his heavenly emperor's altar. There were traces of gentle and perfect light flowing over it. What's wrong? This great emperor altar seems to be affecting my mind, Emperor Chang Sheng said solemnly. Affecting your mind? Yang Chuan was slightly surprised. That's right. I used to live a happy life. When I was free, I would go to the lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery. But now, this hobby of mine is gradually disappearing, Emperor Chang Sheng said seriously. Yang Chuan. Beautiful scenery? That was peeping. The longevity monarch's hobby was too wretched. It's true. I realized that sometimes, I would have some inexplicable ambitions. I want to dominate the world. The longevity immortal emperor frowned and said. Isn't that good? Yang Chuan asked doubtfully. What the hell, I don't want to live such a tiring life. But now, my mentality has changed. I have to think so much every time. How can I have the time? The longevity immortal emperor said strangely. Yang Chuan. If you can get 2 emperor karmic ranks, it means that you have the desire and ability to do so. I will give you my emperor karmic rank. When you collect all the emperor karmic ranks in the future, just show me what's so special about them, Emperor Chang Sheng said solemnly. Yang Chuan looked at Emperor Chang Sheng strangely. This is too strange. It's true. I won't lie to you. I'll lie to you. Every time I peek, it'll be an old and ugly thing, Emperor Chang Sheng swore. Yang Chuan. In the netherworld. Outside a huge palace in the north outer continent. The palace was called Xuanwu Palace. Outside Xuanwu Palace, an old man in a grey robe stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. The old man had a long beard and a slightly stooped figure. However, he looked very energetic. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Emperor Xuanwu, are you really not going to do anything? Da Zhen's secret skill is completely targeted at us, Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. The old man, Emperor Xuanwu, smiled and shook his head. Emperor Rosefinch, you worry too much. Yang Chuan might not be targeting me. Why should I seek revenge? Can't you see? Emperor Ziwei deliberately spread this news. Why doesn't he deal with Yang Chuan himself? Emperor Ziwei has the fewest subordinates. We have the most subordinates in the second era. Emperor Rosefinch defended himself. But the enmity between the Ziwei celestial realm and Da Zhen's heavenly court is even greater. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch's eyelids twitched wildly. He was unhappy. I know that you're unhappy that Yang Chuan captured a batch of your subordinates. However, you've found the wrong person. You should find Emperor Qing Long. Half of his subordinates have been captured by Yang Chuan. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Emperor Xuanwu with suppressed anger in his heart. Emperor Rosefinch flung his sleeves and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. He was prepared to go to the world of the living to find Emperor Qing Long. After Emperor Rosefinch left, Emperor Xuanwu's expression froze and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! In the distance, a white light shot over. It was a man in a white robe. The man was extremely dignified and had a ferocious aura. He instantly appeared beside Emperor Xuanwu. What's the matter? Rosefinch came to find you. What did you say? The white-robed man laughed. Emperor White Tiger, he also went to find you. What about you? Emperor Xuanwu laughed again. Emperor White Tiger smiled and shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Emperor Rosefinch still can't see through it. That's right. However, this is also good. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. However, we have to send someone to investigate the method of depriving the power of the stars as soon as possible. Our power is stored in the stars. Although we can use it, it's best to keep it in our hands. Emperor White Tiger said in a deep voice. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. Outside Qing Long's palace in the North Outer Continent in the world of the living, a group of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Seclusion? Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. Yes, please forgive us, Emperor Rosefinch. After His Majesty took over the North Outer Continent, he began seclusion. No one is to disturb him, a subordinate said. Seclusion? Seclusion at this time? He couldn't break through for so long in the second era. How can he break through now? He's just brushing me off, right? Emperor Rosefinch said hatefully. Emperor Rosefinch, you've misunderstood. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he wanted to refine a sword. Please forgive him. The subordinate said. Refine a sword? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yes. PH, don't you know about Emperor Ziwei? We know. We also want to save our brothers, but what's done can't be undone. It's useless to go now. At least they're still alive. Everything will wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of Qing Long's palace. After flying out of Qing Long's palace, Emperor Rosefinch didn't choose to return immediately. Instead, he looked toward the southeast. Xianyang? An array that deprives the stars of their power? Very well, if you don't want to go, then I'll go myself. Yang Chuan isn't in Xianyang now. Who can do anything to me? Emperor Rosefinch said angrily. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch shot toward Xianyang. Chapter 1442. Yang Chuan looked at Emperor Chang Sheng with a strange expression. You still don't believe me? Emperor Chang Sheng was shocked. It was not that Yang Chuan did not believe him, but it was too unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Yang Chuan would never have thought that a great emperor would give up his great emperor karmic title to someone else. Moreover, the great emperor was giving it to him. Emperor Changsheng scratched his head and said, "How about this? I will leave a mark on my great emperor altar for you."
Oh.
Yang Chuan was puzzled. Boom. The great emperor altar landed on the ground, and Emperor Changsheng's body emitted white light. "Open." The longevity immortal emperor shouted. Bang. Emperor Changsheng jumped out of the great emperor altar. "Yang Chuan, hurry up. It will only take a while to leave the great emperor altar. Stand on it and leave your mark. You will become the second successor. If anything happens to me, it will automatically teleport to you," Emperor Changsheng said while panting. Obviously, there was a price to pay for leaving the great emperor altar without leaving. "I believe you. There is no need for that." Yang Chuan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Emperor Changsheng to be so direct. "Hurry up. Otherwise, this separation will be for nothing," Immortal Emperor Changsheng shouted. Emperor Changsheng's urging made Yang Chuan smile bitterly. He then nodded gratefully. Slowly, Yang Chuan stepped onto the great emperor altar. Buzz. The moment he stepped onto the great emperor altar, a solemn and majestic aura rushed into Yang Chuan's mind. It made Yang Chuan feel as though he was looking down on all living things. It was a special thought. It was as though everything in the world was in the palm of one's hand after stepping onto the great emperor altar. Inhale. Yang Chuan took in a deep breath. Just like what Emperor Changsheng had said, the great emperor altar was interfering with Yang Chuan's state of mind. However, Yang Chuan liked it. "Hurry up," Emperor Changsheng shouted. Yang Chuan nodded. Boom. The heavenly emperor sacrificial altar suddenly appeared beneath Yang Chuan's feet. The two altars collided and Yang Chuan's imprint poured into the great emperor's altar. Buzz. The great emperor sacrificial altar trembled violently as a ferocious intent rushed into Yang Chuan's body. Boom. The huge consciousness seemed to be quickly washing over Yang Chuan's body. Yang Chuan's expression turned sluggish, and his face sank. He quickly gathered his will and collided with this sudden thought. Rumble. As the two wills clashed, Yang Chuan's expression turned wary. As he nervously resisted, his entire body was drenched in sweat. "See? I was the same back then." The longevity immortal emperor waved his hand. Buzz. Yang Chuan only felt his mind suddenly become clear. He seemed to hear countless trembling sounds in his ears. Boom. A loud sound came from Yang Chuan's body as a gust of wind swept up from Yang Chuan's body in all directions. Huff. Yang Chuan came back to his senses as determination flashed across his eyes. "Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar? One day, I will get one that belongs to me." Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Huff. The heavenly emperor sacrificial altar beneath Yang Chuan's feet disappeared as he stepped down from the great emperor sacrificial altar. On the great emperor sacrificial altar, there seemed to be an additional mark. The longevity immortal emperor quickly stepped onto the great emperor sacrificial altar and waved his hand. The great emperor sacrificial altar then disappeared. You broke through?" The longevity immortal emperor stared at Yang Chuan. "That's right. I have to thank your great emperor sacrificial altar. It's really amazing. In just an instant, it helped me break through to the 13th level of the heavens." Yang Chuan took a deep breath and exclaimed, "You are luckier than me. When I obtained the great emperor sacrificial altar, I did not break through." The longevity immortal emperor exclaimed, "I was at the peak of the 12th level of the heavens and was only a step away from breaking through. Compared to you, my cultivation is still lower. That's why it was so easy for me to break through." Yang Chuan smiled. "How do you feel?" "Very good. The willpower of the great emperor sacrificial altar seems to have amplified my willpower. If I obtain the great emperor sacrificial altar, my strength and willpower will be greatly enhanced." Yang Chuan said confidently. "See? I said that it would affect one's mind." The longevity immortal emperor smiled bitterly. "A little. Maybe your ambition does not lie here. But to me, the great emperor sacrificial altar is my confidant. Therefore, I will obtain a great emperor karmic rank as soon as possible," Yang Chuan said firmly. "All right. If that's the case, I will give you my great emperor karmic rank when you obtain too." The longevity immortal emperor said firmly. Looking at the longevity immortal emperor, Yang Chuan finally nodded his head and said, "All right. It would be impolite for me to decline." "All right." The longevity immortal emperor nodded his head. Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Bai Qi stayed in the longevity palace for a period of time. Jin Dayu also arrived at the longevity palace with his dragon carriage. During this period of time, Mo Yushi's injuries had also healed. After staying for a few days, Yang Chuan and the rest bade farewell to the longevity palace. The longevity immortal emperor and his subordinates sent off Yang Chuan and the rest. Qi Shuo walked at the front and said to Mo Yushi, "Madam Yang, I am really sorry for what I did that day. It was indeed unintentional. In order to make up for my mistake, I have the 6 phoenix treasured mirror here. Consider it as my apology." That day, Mo Yushi was indeed angry. However, as long as Yang Chuan was fine, all her anger dissipated. Later on, Mo Yushi calmed down and understood that Qi Shuo had done it unintentionally. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Dongfang Zheng faction. Mo Yushi did not hold a grudge against him. "That day, I was also in the wrong. You don't have to blame yourself," Mo Yushi said with a smile. "No, a mistake is a mistake. Here, this is the 6 phoenix treasured mirror. It's useless to me, but it should be useful to you." 6 phoenix treasured mirror? That's right. Legend has it that the phoenix of the first era was the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all phoenixes and the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was worried that the phoenix race would go extinct without her protection. Thus, she passed down the 6 great guides, which can mobilize the power of the 72 reincarnations. Your Supreme Dark Phoenix is one of the 6 great guides. There are also 5 Supreme Fire Phoenixes, Supreme Ice Phoenixes, and so on. Some phoenixes migrated to the other 3 realms. They each have their own specialties. You might encounter them in the future. 6 phoenix treasured mirror? Mo Yushi took it gently. "Thank you." Mo Yushi nodded. "Ha ha ha, as long as you don't blame me, Lady Yang." 7 kills laughed. Mo Yushi nodded. "All right, Emperor Changsheng, we'll meet again," Yang Chuan said. Emperor Changsheng nodded. Yang Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. "Let's go," Bai Qi shouted. Roar, roar, roar. The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. Emperor Changsheng watched as Yang Chuan and the others left. Ziwei Palace, Zhongtian Continent, Ziwei Realm. Po Jun, Wen Chu, Wu Chu, Tan Lang, Ju Men, and the others stood respectfully on both sides. "My lord, Yang Chuan has left the celestial longevity realm," Wen Chu said respectfully. Emperor Changsheng? I didn't expect his reincarnation to be so powerful," Emperor Ziwei said with a hint of disdain. "My lord, with your strength that day, even Kong Huangtian and Emperor Changsheng were no match for you," Po Jun said with a puzzled expression. "I know, but I've been planning this for a long time. I don't want anything to happen at that time," Emperor Ziwei said as he tapped his fingers on the dragon throne. "Oh." Po Jun was puzzled. Wen Chu seemed to know everything and said respectfully, "My lord, are you going to take action?" "Yes." Emperor Ziwei nodded. "Then I'll mobilize the troops and change the direction of the attack," Wen Chu said respectfully. "No need. The Great Ju Imperial Court will be destroyed sooner or later. You continue with your work. I'll personally take charge of this." Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. "Yes," Wen Chu replied. "What is it?" Po Jun was puzzled. Wen Chu took a deep breath and said, "My lord wants us to take down the celestial longevity realm immediately." "Ah!" Po Jun was surprised. "Since the beginning of the second era, my lord has planted chess pieces in the celestial longevity realm. It's time to end it. Once we take down the celestial longevity realm, my lord will unify the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. Who in the world will be able to stop him? The other great emperors? They're not worth mentioning at all." Wen Chu laughed. "Moreover, Great Emperor Changsheng's personality is too casual. He's not suitable to be a great emperor at all. Zhuo Fu smiled. Po Jun and the others' eyes lit up. We'll go through fire and water for my lord. We won't hesitate, everyone said excitedly. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Zhuo Fu, inform them to prepare for action. Zhuo Fu stepped forward. Yes. Outside the East Continent, Xianyang, Great Emperor Rosefinch had tried to persuade a group of great emperors, but none of them were willing to fight against Great Shun with him. He was very unhappy. If he returned to the celestial realm of Rosefinch now, he would feel even more humiliated. Therefore, he came to Xianyang alone. If no one else came, he would do it himself. He was a great emperor. How could he lose to Yang Chuan? Moreover, Yang Chuan wasn't in Xianyang right now. Xianyang was empty. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Great Emperor Rosefinch stood on the peak of a mountain and observed Xianyang city coldly. He had failed once in Great Shun. This time, he didn't want to fail again. Yang Chuan isn't here. The empresses aren't here either. That stupid cat isn't here either. This Xianyang city is really empty, Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news that the formation that deprives the stars of their power should be in the Yang realm. What kind of formation is it? How can it have such an effect? If I can get my hands on this formation, I'll take back my power from the stars. If I leave it in the galaxy, there will be too many variables, Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a low voice. After patrolling around Xianyang, he didn't find the formation that deprived the stars of their power. However, he saw the road to the underworld not far away. Road to the underworld? Temph, I'll seal your road to the underworld first. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. As he spoke, he stomped his foot. Rosefinch's seal. Boom. The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned red in an instant. Flames suddenly appeared on the ground, and the shape of the flames was that of a vermilion bird. Ah! What's going on? Why is the ground as hard as metal? There are so many Rosefinch flames. For a moment, Xianyang was in an uproar. Rosefinch's seal not only blocked the road to the underworld, but even if ZZ was in the Yang realm, the road to the underworld wouldn't be able to reach this place smoothly. A large number of officials rushed to Skyward Palace anxiously. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the panicking Xianyang city. Chapter 1443. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Boom. A loud explosion came from the direction of the Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road has been cut off. Zizi's face darkened. At this moment, Zombie Yang Chuan was describing everything that had happened in Eternal Domain to the girls. The sudden change caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Soon, Giguzi walked over. Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Rosefinch has sealed the land of Xianyang City in the Yang realm. Feng Shui masters can't travel between the two realms, Giguzi said solemnly. They're finally here. How many people are there? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Just as we guessed, there's only Great Emperor Rosefinch, Giguzi said solemnly. That's good. Yang Chuan nodded. Ever since Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news of the Great Heavenly Cycle Star formation, Great Shun has been paying close attention to the news of the various factions. Great Emperor Rosefinch visited the various Great Emperors, wanting to consign Great Shun to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, the various Great Emperors had their own plans and failed to fulfill Great Shun's wish, Giguzi said. In the end, Great Emperor Rosefinch still went to Xianyang City, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, why did you wait until today? Giguzi frowned. Great Emperor Rosefinch traveled everywhere. I knew that there would be a battle with Great Shun. He wanted to destroy Great Shun, so I naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, my first stop in the west was the Golden Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against him. Only by persuading him can we teach Great Emperor Rosefinch a painful lesson, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, although Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against Great Emperor Rosefinch, he might not be willing. Giguzi frowned. No, he'll definitely be willing. After all, Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm's faction is too isolated. Yang Chuan said with a smile. Each of the great emperors had a group of powerful subordinates. However, the Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were pitifully few. There were only a handful of them in the Second Epoch. Furthermore, he had just subdued them not long ago. The Heavenly Emperor passed the cosmic star formation to the Golden Great Emperor. Gigu Zi was slightly taken aback. That's right. Although the other great emperors didn't agree with Great Emperor Rosefinch, everyone is staring at this formation. Darzhan is at the center of the whirlpool, so he needs someone to resist the whirlpool with him. Moreover, the more experts of the Second Era captured by Great Emperor Huang Jin, the more benefits it will be for me. Yang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Understood. Gui Guzi nodded. But why wait until now? If Emperor Rosefinch comes to Xianyang, my Xianyang. Gui Guzi was confused. Don't worry, Xianyang will be fine. The only reason we delayed it until today is so that Emperor Rosefinch will have to pay a greater price. Yang Chuan said coldly. Yes. Send the message. Yang Chuan said. Yes. Underworld, South Outer Region, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Rosefinch Celestial Realm's capital, Rosefinch City. Outside Rosefinch City, Desolation Hua led a group of Darzhan's national beasts and experts to stand in a valley. Beside him stood Golden Great Emperor in a golden robe. Golden Great Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor means that the experts of the Second Era who besieged Rosefinch Celestial Realm will be divided equally. You are the strongest, so you can use your strongest power to break through all obstacles and severely injure the experts. We will take advantage of you and capture those who severely injured you. We will divide them after we return. Desolation Hua said. Golden Great Emperor immediately laughed and said, ha 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 ha, good. Pa. A jade pendant in Desolation Hua's hand shattered. The Heavenly Emperor has sent a letter. We can take action now. I wish Golden Great Emperor a great harvest. Desolation Hua smiled. Good. Let's go. Golden Great Emperor immediately flew into the sky and rushed toward Rosefinch City. Stop. A loud shout suddenly came from outside Rosefinch City. However, Golden Great Emperor soon arrived in front of Rosefinch City. Not good, quick, activate the Rosefinch Guardian Array. Exclamations suddenly came from the city. Buzz. A huge fiery red light shield blocked the outside. You want to stop me with the little Rosefinch Guardian Array? Break for me. Golden Great Emperor shouted. He stretched out his hand and punched the array. Boom. With a deafening sound, the surrounding heavenly Tao trembled. In an instant, the loud sound spread throughout the underworld. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Boom. Under the seal of Rosefinch, a large number of officials quickly gathered at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Right Minister Lu Buwei stepped in front of the officials. Great Emperor Rosefinch. Lu Buwei stared and shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch sneered. I heard that someone from the Rosefinch Celestial Realm was captured by Da Zhen and used the star power deprivation technique to deprive them of their star power? Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Lu Buwei's eyes were gloomy. Great Emperor Rosefinch, who did you hear this from? Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter who I heard it from. What's important is that you release my subordinates and those who used the star power deprivation array. Follow me back to the Rosefinch Celestial Realm and accept the punishment of the Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted coldly. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. Lu Buwei sneered. Joking? The underworld gate has been sealed by me. Lu Buwei, what else can you do? Even Yang Chuan should be in the west now. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. You can't resist. You're just a bunch of ants. I can stomp you to death with 1 foot. Humph, hand over everyone before my patience runs out. Hurry. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted immediately. Boom. As he shouted, a shock wave rushed toward the great formation of Xianyang, causing it to fluctuate. Countless commoners also revealed anxious looks at this moment. They couldn't connect to the underworld, and the celestial the arch was out. What should they do? Even a large number of officials were looking at Lu Buwei anxiously. What should they do? This was not an ordinary person of the Second Era. This was Great Emperor Rosefinch. one of the 6 strongest of the 3,000 stars. Just as everyone was panicking, Kwong, not far from the Skyward Hall, the door of a hall suddenly opened. Everyone looked over. Forbidden Zone, Heaven Pavilion? Heaven Pavilion? Countless officials revealed looks of astonishment. Lu Buwei, however, looked at Heaven Pavilion with a hint of respect. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps were heard. A man in a white robe slowly walked out of Heaven Pavilion. The man slowly stepped out. His pair of silver eyes gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Celestial the Arch? Someone was the first to exclaim. Celestial the Arch. Everyone looked surprised. Of the 2 celestial theatres, one went to the West Outer Continent, and the other was in the underworld. Why did another one appear in front of them? Moreover, his aura was even more extraordinary. Greetings, Celestial the Arch. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. For a moment, Yang Chuan's appearance made all the officials' worries disappear. Their blind worship made it seem as if as long as Yang Chuan was around, they could cross any hurdle. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan slowly walked to the front of the officials and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch outside the city. Yang Chuan? Great Emperor Rosefinch also looked surprised. Weren't there only 2 Yang Chuan? Weren't there only 2 of them? His scouts had also sent news that one was in the underworld, and the other was in the west. Why was there a 3rd Yang Chuan? At this moment, Great Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one paying attention to Xianyang. Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu had also arrived in the Yang realm. They stood at the entrance of the Yellow Spring in the North Outer Continent and stared at Xianyang. Another Yang Chuan? That's impossible. I can only deduce 2 of them with my divination technique. How can I not deduce him? Great Emperor Xuanwu said in surprise. The Great Shan Heavenly Court is indeed very strange. Chapter 1444. Yang Realm, Shiwai Continent. Luoyang City. On a tall balcony. The people around them were all gone. Only a man and a woman were sitting at a stone table, sipping tea. They were Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian. Wu Jiong poured a cup of tea for the sect leader of Tongtian. There's news from the front line. Yang Chuan's dragon carriage has entered Shiwai Continent. Can you see him? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. The sect leader of Tongtian shook his head. My body is at the 15th heaven. I can see the world with my eyes. However, the world is too big. I can only see it when there's a huge focal point. As for Yang Chuan's body, it's too insignificant in the vast world. It's like a speck of dust in the sky. How can I find him? Wu Jiong nodded. Since Yang Chuan can capture Guopajuan, he'll be of great help to us. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. This is our stage, our world. Sooner or later, everything in this world will be ours. The sect leader of Tongtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. Wu Jiong nodded with a smile. What number did Yang Chuan take this time? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. 108. The sect leader of Tongtian thought for a while. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Shiwai Continent, Xianyang City. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan stepped out of Heaven Pavilion and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Yang Chuan? There's another one. That's good. I'm sure you can't mobilize the power of the world. Wait for me to take you down. Great Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of excitement. Whoosh. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan stepped out of Xianyang City. Heaven Emperor. Some officials were worried. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan flew in front of Great Emperor Rosefinch in the blink of an eye. What? You want to fight me like this? Great Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Not only Great Emperor Rosefinch, but Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger of the Outer North Continent were also at a loss. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan's eyes were still as cold as ever. He didn't even seem to be interested in what Emperor Rosefinch was saying. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, get into formation and advance. Yin Tong Yang Chuan shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, 9 enormous heavenly veins appeared around the 2 of them. The moment the heavenly vein appeared, the surrounding space shook. The heavenly Tao clone from the Great Thousand Realms rejected the first world. Ha ha ha, just because of this. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. 3,000 heavenly Tao, appear. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Emperor Rosefinch's gaze was still filled with disdain. Based on this, previously, when the four of you fought against Emperor Qinglong, this wasn't enough. Why? Do you want to repeat the same mistake? Haha, you must be out of your mind. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one. Even Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu weren't optimistic. There was another person looking at Xianyang. It was Nether River Patriarch, who was at the entrance of Chujiang Hall in the Netherworld. Nether River Patriarch seemed to be extremely concerned about Yang Chuan. Now that Xianyang was in trouble, Nether River Patriarch cast his gaze over again. 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand Realms? If they don't form a cycle, they're just a pile of trash. Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. However, this silver-eyed Yang Chuan is really strange. Even I didn't predict it. Heh. Nether River Patriarch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. In the Yang realm, Emperor Rosefinch looked at silver-eyed Yang Chuan with disdain. He didn't waste any time and immediately reached out his hand to grab silver-eyed Yang Chuan. Sins committed by the heavens can still survive, but sins committed by oneself cannot be spared. Boom. A huge fire-shaped energy palm tore through the void and grabbed at silver-eyed Yang Chuan. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, and a silver light shot out from his eyes. Buzz. The 100 heavenly Tao in the surroundings suddenly trembled. Then, a large amount of turbulent energy of different colors surged out from the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom. The turbulent energy was extremely domineering. It instantly dispersed the fire-red energy palm and poured into the heavenly Tao. Hey! Nether River Patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. The White Tiger and the Black Tortoise Great Emperor were also confused. Emperor Rosefinch was the most surprised. Although that palm strike just now was very casual, it couldn't have been so casually dispersed by Yang Chuan. Rosefinch's roar, 10,000 flames run. Emperor Rosefinch roared. Roar. Suddenly, a huge phantom of Rosefinch appeared behind Emperor Rosefinch. Rosefinch's phantom roared at the sky. Then, rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. The flames turned into Rosefinch's appearance. 1,000,000 flames of Rosefinch went straight for Yang Chuan. 3,000 heavenly Tao array, digest. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. Suddenly, the 3,000 heavenly Tao was enveloped by thousands of rays of light. Then, countless turbulent energy rapidly shot out and swam around the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. As they swam, the void shattered. Countless Rosefinch's flames were instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy. Then, they poured into the 3,000 heavenly Tao and were further digested. The turbulent energy went straight for Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's face changed. He activated his spiritual power to form a huge shield. However, the turbulent energy was quickly digested layer by layer like food being digested by gastric juices. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. You actually mastered the cycle of the heavenly Tao? Impossible! Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yang Chuan ignored Emperor Rosefinch. Instead, he took a step and jumped out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy grew stronger. The cycle of the heavenly Tao was completely simulated in the stomach of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, Yang Chuan used the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World. It was even stronger than the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Rumble. The turbulent energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Whoosh. Suddenly, it broke through the shield and washed over Emperor Rosefinch's arm. Rip. Instantly, a piece of flesh was torn off his arm. Emperor Rosefinch's arm was badly mutilated. Emperor Karmic rank. Boom. A huge Emperor altar suddenly appeared beneath Emperor Rosefinch's feet. Once the Emperor altar appeared, a fiery red energy enveloped Emperor Rosefinch and blocked all the turbulent energy. The cycle of the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the Emperor altar? Silver-eyed Yang Chuan's face darkened. Even so, you can forget about leaving. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan shouted. Rumble. The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards the great Emperor altar, preventing the great Emperor Vermilion Bird from leaving. Heaven and earth furnace, refining emperors. Nether realm old ancestor Nether River squinted his eyes. As he spoke, Nether River old ancestor's eyes suddenly turned golden. His golden pupils opened, and his eyesight increased tremendously. It was as if he could see the scene within the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan sensed something and turned around abruptly. Wang. His silver pupils suddenly shot out countless silver lights. It met Nether River old ancestor's golden pupils. Whoosh. The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They looked at each other for a moment and then stopped looking at each other. Silver-eyed, ha ha ha. Interesting. You can see through illusions. Nether River old ancestor laughed with a hint of surprise. In the Yang realm, silver-eyed Yang Chuan pondered for a moment before turning back to look at the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. How is this possible? The cycle of the heavenly Tao? How can you make the heavenly Tao array's cycle of the heavenly Tao array? Emperor Rosefinch was trapped within and was extremely anxious. The silver-eyed Yang Chuan ignored him and stared at the great Emperor altar. Under his silver pupils, everything was in the state of particles. However, at this moment, the Emperor altar was a complete entity. Even his silver pupils could not see through it. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan frowned at the Emperor altar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was trapped within, suddenly changed his expression. Rosefinch's celestial realm is in trouble. Emperor Rosefinch suddenly exclaimed. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan ignored him and continued to operate the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Bastard, Yang Chuan, it's you. It's you, isn't it? You sent someone to ambush my Rosefinch's celestial realm? Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yang Chuan still did not say a word. Emperor Rosefinch anxiously sent out energy to fly. However, the moment he left the Emperor altar, he was instantly destroyed by the turbulence. Even Emperor Rosefinch, who was at the peak of the 15th heaven, could not do anything about the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. Bastard! Emperor Rosefinch roared angrily. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array continued to trap Emperor Rosefinch. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch had used many methods, but he could not resist the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. This was not something a human could resist. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Any other power would be laughable in front of it. Emperor Rosefinch was only protected by his Emperor karmic rank, which was on par with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, without his Emperor karmic rank, even if Emperor Rosefinch used all his strength, he would still be digested one day. In the distance, Emperor White Tiger and Emperor Xuanwu frowned as they watched. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array? The Great Shan Heavenly Court has gained a firm foothold in the outer East continent, Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Yes, but it's a pity that Emperor Rosefinch will have to return empty-handed again. Emperor White Tiger nodded. Just like that, an entire day passed. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch became more and more anxious as he sensed that Rosefinch's heaven realm was getting more and more damaged. No, bastard! Roar! Emperor Rosefinch roared. He no longer cared about the chaotic flow of the outside world. He gave up on the protection of the Emperor altar and only protected his heart and soul as he flew out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent flow washed away a large amount of flesh and blood from Emperor Rosefinch's body. At this time, he did not dare to hesitate. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Boom! Emperor Rosefinch rushed out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. However, he was in a miserable state. His flesh and blood were all over his body, and his right arm was gone. He looked like a skinned corpse standing on the Emperor altar. Roar, Yang Chuan, I will be back. I will be back. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was badly mutilated, shouted in grief and indignation. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch shot towards the south. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan waved his hand and put away the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. He looked in the direction that Emperor Rosefinch left with a cold gaze. Emperor Karmic rank? Emperor altar? What is it? Even I can't see through it. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan sighed. Long live. Long live. Cheers could be heard from Xianyang City. Dajian's officials were also excited. Although Dajian had always been tyrannical with the emergence of a group of great emperors, back in the underworld, the Celestial Emperor had to work together with 3 other powerhouses to drive away one great emperor. Ultimately, they were still weaker than the heavenly realm. Now that the Celestial Emperor had driven away the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor, Dajian had finally become the overlord of the world. Chapter 1445. Great Emperor Rosefinch had left. Xianyang City was filled with cheers. Although it had happened many times, it was different this time. The pressure of the awakening of the Second Epoch's powerhouse had made countless people worried. Now, Yang Chuan's strength had made everyone less worried. The Yin-Yang Road opened again, and many people from the Netherworld quickly entered the Yang realm. Miao was the first to pounce, wanting to see what silver-eyed Yang Chuan looked like. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan didn't like the noise. After dealing with Great Emperor Rosefinch, he turned around and flew back to the Skyward Palace. He walked towards Heaven Pavilion. Miao, don't go, let me see. Miao pounced. Kwong. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan closed the door of Heaven Pavilion. Miao, bad guy. Miao immediately shouted. Outside North Continent, Yellow Spring Road. Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. Finally, they stepped back into the Netherworld. Netherworld, Rosefinch's heaven realm. Golden Great Emperor waved his golden fist and smashed through more than 10 cultivators. Boom. A group of screams was heard, and more than 10 cultivators were sent flying back with heavy injuries. Great Accomplishments experts immediately swarmed forward and captured all of them in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Golden Great Emperor was delighted. Golden Great Emperor, it's about time. Let's go, Great Emperor Rosefinch is coming back. Mournful Transformation shouted. Coming back? What a bummer. Golden Great Emperor said in a deep voice. The others won't fight you head on. Even if we delay, we can't capture many. This time, we've captured 312 people, which is already a great harvest. Mournful Transformation laughed. Okay, let's go. Golden Great Emperor didn't delay, and flew towards the outside East Continent with Mournful Transformation and the others. Another half a day passed. Boom. Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly appeared in Rosefinch's heaven realm. Although his physical body was previously injured, the loss of his body gradually recovered with the help of the Great Emperor Karmic rank. At least on the surface, it looked like it had recovered. The entire city of Rosefinch had been razed to the ground. The ground was in ruins. My lord, you're finally back. My lord. It's Golden Sovereign. My lord, there are also people from Dajian. A group of hiding subordinates rushed out one after another, each with a sorrowful look on their faces. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was burning with rage. Yang Chuan, Huang Jin, Rosefinch, will never forgive you. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch roared furiously. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch's voice reverberated throughout the underworld. Underworld, Outer East Continent's Great Qin City. Zombie Yang Chuan sneered. Not long after, Golden Sovereign flew over with a group of experts. Ha 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 ha, this is great. Golden Sovereign laughed. Golden Sovereign, take half of each of the 312 prisoners. Yang Chuan looked at the prisoners and said. Okay, but you have to send people back with me to set up the formation. Golden Sovereign emphasized. No problem. Yang Realm, Outer West Continent. Yang Chuan's dragon carriage with a human body was flying rapidly in the direction of Luoyang. Celestial Emperor, we're reaching Luoyang soon. Bai Qi shouted. We're here. Yang Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage with Mo Yushi. The 6 dragons continued to fly. Whoosh. In the distance, a group of experts suddenly flew over. The leader was Shangguan Wn of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Shangguan Wn of the Great Zhou Imperial Court welcomes Emperor Yang. Shangguan Wn stopped in the distance and shouted. The dragon carriage also stopped. Yang Chuan and Mo Yuxi looked at Shangguan Wn together. Lord Shangguan. Yang Chuan smiled. Shangguan Wan looked at Yang Chuan from beginning to end. Lord Shangguan. Mo Yuxi also shouted excitedly. In the entire Great Zhu Imperial Court, only Shangguan Wan could warm Mo Yuxi's heart. One must know that Mo Yuxi was not liked by Wu Jiong since birth. When she came to the Great Zhu Imperial Court, she was bullied everywhere. Only Shangguan Wan helped Mo Yuxi time and time again. Therefore, Mo Yuxi was very grateful to Shangguan Wan. Shangguan Wan looked at Mo Yuxi and suddenly smiled. Empress of Great Shan? Mo Yuxi, haha, welcome back. Millimeter. Mo Yuxi smiled happily. Emperor Yang, and Tongtian sect leader have already set up a banquet in Luoyang. Everyone, please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Okay. Yang Chuan nodded. However, Yang Chuan had some doubts in his heart. Based on his friendship with Tongtian, he should not have received him together with Wu Jiong. He should have received him privately. But now, why was he holding a banquet with Wu Jiong? Yang Chuan looked at Mo Yuxi. Mo Yuxi was also very smart. She immediately asked about Shangguan Wan. Lord Shangguan, how did you know we were coming? Mo Yuxi smiled. Everyone flew side by side toward Luoyang. Tongtian sect leader saw us and asked me to receive you nearby. Shangguan Wan said very politely. Seeing that Shangguan Wan was polite, Mo Yuxi frowned slightly. After all, Mo Yuxi was her benefactor. But now, she was so polite to her. This made Mo Yuxi very uncomfortable. Yang Chuan also seemed to have noticed this. Shangguan Wan was still polite, but her politeness to Mo Yuxi was a little too formal. What is the difference between Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong in the Great Zhu dynasty? Mo Yuxi asked softly. This question was actually a little out of the ordinary. Difference between Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong? Also, she had called Wu Jiong by her name. If it were someone else, it would not matter. The key was that Wu Jiong was Mo Yuxi's birth mother. However, Shangguan Wan was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, in the Great Zhu dynasty, the Celestial Emperor is the leader. Tongtian sect leader is a guess. Shangguan Wan's attitude was calm, but it was this calm attitude that made Yang Chuan frown slightly. Shangguan Wan did not have any opinion about Mo Yuxi's tone at all. While frowning, the group quickly arrived outside Luoyang. In the distance, the Sea of Providence kept churning. On a huge floating island, Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong stood at the front, welcoming Yang Chuan from afar. Seeing this scene, Yang Chuan was even more confused. The Celestial Emperor has been waiting for a long time. Yang Emperor, please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Yang Chuan nodded. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, you two don't need to enter the city with the dragon carriage. Yu Shi and I can enter, Yang Chuan said. Bai Qi was an old follower of Yang Chuan. Naturally, he could hear the confusion in Yang Chuan's voice. Yes. Bai Qi answered. Shangguan Wan frowned slightly, but she did not say anything. Please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Yang Chuan and Mo Yuxi nodded and flew onto the huge floating island. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan, long time no see. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yang Chuan smiled faintly and looked at the crowd. Wu Jiong was also staring at Yang Chuan at this moment. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes and he acted as if he did not see Mo Yuxi. Mo Yuxi frowned and sighed. Please, Wu Jiong and I have already prepared a banquet. We're just waiting for you. The Tongtian sect leader said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Please. Wu Jiong said. Everyone quickly entered the main hall. In the main hall, Wu Jiong sat on the main seat. Yang Chuan and Mo Yuxi sat on the two seats on the left. The Tongtian sect leader and a man in a green robe sat on the two seats on the right. Some maids quickly filled their cups with wine. There were a total of 5 seats. Wu Jiong, the Tongtian sect leader, Yang Chuan, Mo Yushi, and a man in a green robe? Who was this person? Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yang Chuan carefully observed this person's cultivation. Ancient immortal? He was merely an ancient immortal. He was actually on the same level as the Tongtian sect leader. Yang Chuan could not help but be curious. Yang Chuan knew about the Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong at all times. But where did this man in a green robe come from? Yang Chuan, thank you for coming this time. Let me toast you. The Tongtian sect leader raised his wine cup and said, between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. Yang Chuan smiled and drank with him. The Tongtian sect leader seemed to be too polite today. The Tongtian sect leader, Wu Jiong, and the man in a green robe all stared at Yang Chuan. Their eyes flashed. As for Mo Yushi, it was as if they did not see her. Yang Chuan was even more curious. He looked at the man in a green robe and asked, may I know who this is? Wu Jiong smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is my minister of Great Ju, number 108. Oh, number 108. Yang Chuan was surprised. Then, he immediately laughed and said, what a unique name. Ha ha ha, Yang Chuan, don't underestimate him. Although he's an ancient immortal, he has a specialty. Even I can't compare to him. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yang Chuan looked at the Tongtian sect leader strangely. Why would he praise an ancient immortal so much? Oh, specialty. Yang Chuan was curious. Number 108, show it to Yang Di. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yes. Number 108 nodded. Then, under the curious gaze of Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi, he walked to the center of the hall and faced Yang Chuan. Number 108 looked at Yang Chuan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Excitement? Yang Chuan was puzzled. Yang Di, watch carefully. Number 108 said. Then, he suddenly took out a long sword. Slash. The sword pierced through his heart and pierced through his body. Ah! He broke his own purple palace. Mo Yushi's mouth was wide open. Was this the rhythm of suicide? Could it be that he's not going to die from suicide? Mo Yushi reacted quickly. Fart. The man in green spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, the man in green was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he was about to die. Yang Chuan. Mo Yushi. Was this the rhythm of death? This man looked like he was about to die. However, at this moment, the man in green was smiling. Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi were puzzled. Then, the man in green opened his arms and said to Yang Chuan, Yang Di, watch carefully. Suddenly, all the hair on Yang Chuan's body stood on end. The man in green suddenly shouted, exchange. A huge beam of green light shot out from the man in green towards Yang Chuan. Boom. The green light connected Yang Chuan and the dying man in green. What? Mo Yushi suddenly exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian suddenly laughed. Yang Chuan was enveloped by the green light. It was as if he couldn't move at all. His eyes were filled with shock. Yang Chuan felt as if his thoughts were being imprisoned. Boom. Another loud sound rang out. The green light suddenly disappeared. Yang Chuan suddenly regained his consciousness. Bastard, cough, cough, cough. Yang Chuan shouted angrily. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he seriously injured? Why was he so weak? Something's wrong. Yang Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw that he was sitting beside Mo Yushi. No, his body was sitting beside Mo Yushi. His consciousness and body were separated. He looked down at himself. A long sword was stabbed into his chest. His vitality was weakening. He was about to die. I became the man in green. The man in green became me. Exchange. The sixth god in the world was swapped. I was swapped. The man in green suddenly exclaimed. Yang Chuan, are you okay? On the other side, Mo Yushi pulled Yang Chuan's body. Ha 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 ha, of course I'm fine. Mo Yushi. Get down. Yang Chuan's body suddenly slapped towards Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes widened. Why did Yang Chuan attack her? Why did he attack her? Yushi, be careful. That's not me. The man in green ignored his injuries and shouted. Boom. His palm slapped Mo Yushi's body. Mo Yushi was not prepared. She was instantly heavily injured. She flew backwards and crashed into a huge pillar. Pu. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yushi was stunned. What happened? Yang Chuan's body stood up. He suddenly shouted excitedly, ha ha ha, power, it's really endless power. From now on, I have all of Yang Chuan's power. Ha 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 ha. The man in green in the middle of the hall clutched his wound. His face was filled with disbelief. Tongtian, you lied to me. The man in green held his chest and shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha, it seems like our acting was not bad. Tongtian suddenly laughed. That's right. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan was also fooled. Wu Jiong also laughed. Mo Yushi covered her wound and looked at everyone in shock. Mo Yushi's mind was in a mess. Yang Chuan hit her? Why? Why? Yushi, that's not me. That's not Yang Chuan. I'm Yang Chuan. The man in green held his chest and shouted in pain. What? Mo Yushi looked at the man in green in shock. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. He just swapped my body. He stole my fate, soul, body, and swapped my true spirit and thought. I'm Yang Chuan. He's the man in green. The man in green shouted to Mo Yushi. How could this be? How could this be? Mo Yushi shouted in shock. Hurry, take me away. Wu Jiong, Tongtian, no, the entire Great Dew Sky Court has been taken over by the swapping beasts. The swapping beasts have swapped all of the powerful beings here. Hurry, take me away from here. The man in green ran towards Mo Yushi with difficulty. All of the powerful beings in the Great Dew Sky Court had been taken over by the swapping beasts. Mo Yushi suddenly quivered. She looked at Yang Chuan's body not far away, then looked at the man in the green robe. For a moment, she didn't want to believe this was the truth, but Mo Yushi rushed towards the man in green. Ha ha ha, leave. Do you think you can escape? That body of mine just now had destroyed the Purple Palace. I have all of your powers. Do you think you can escape from me? Yang Chuan's body smiled evilly. Boom. Yang Chuan's body's hair turned blood red. The hall was instantly covered by a sea of blood. This was Yang Chuan's blood sea mystic art. Chapter 1446. As soon as the blood sea appeared, half of the hall was instantly filled. Skyreach, Wu Jiong, and Yang Chuan's bodies stood on the blood sea. All of them looked extremely satisfied. At that moment, the green-robed man was completely powerless to resist. The three of them also relaxed. Mo Yushi rushed to the green-robed man. Yang Chuan, how are you? Mo Yushi grabbed the dying green-robed man. How am I? Ha ha ha, my purple mansion realm has been destroyed and I can no longer fight back. Ha ha ha, the blood sea divine ability is indeed powerful. I've long wanted to have it. Yang Chuan's body laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Hum. A large emerald green tree suddenly appeared. Firmament cypress tree? Ha ha ha, it's all mine now. Yang Chuan's body laughed. Universe in palm, come out. Yang Chuan's body shouted. However, there was no universe in palm at that moment. What's going on? Why can't I use this divine ability? Yang Chuan's body's face sank. Skyreach said, it's nothing. The blood sea divine ability comes from the bloodline. You seized Yang Chuan's bloodline, so you naturally know how to use it. The firmament cypress tree comes from Yang Chuan's soul. You seized Yang Chuan's soul, so you can use it too. However, the universe in palm should be a knowledge-type divine ability. You don't have Yang Chuan's memories, so how can you use it? I see. Yang Chuan's body said. Something's wrong. Yang Chuan's body suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. What's wrong? Hum. Yang Chuan's body's hands suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Once the white light appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire hall. The brilliance of the light suppressed the aura of the entire blood sea. Ha 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 ha. What a treasure. Yang Chuan actually has such a treasure in his palm. Is this a glove Dharma treasure? What a powerful Dharma treasure, Yang Chuan's body said in ecstasy. The Dao hand was a magic treasure from the first epoch. How could it not be powerful? Wu Jiong and Tongtian's bodies surrounded him. Let me see. Wu Jiong stepped forward. That won't do. After exchanging for beast number 9, you've already gotten everything from Wu Jiong. Why do you have to fight with me for everything from Yang Chuan? Wu Jiong should have a lot of treasures, right? Yang Chuan's body laughed. And you, exchange for beast number 7, Tongtian sect leader's immortal slaying sword. No one will compete with you for anything that belongs to Tongtian sect leader. Don't think about my things. Yang Chuan's body quickly withdrew the white light in his hand. Just as the 3 exchange beasts were paying attention to the Dao hand, let's go, the green-robed man shouted. Ming. Mo Yu she suddenly transformed into a huge dark phoenix. Boom. He broke through the main hall with a loud bang. With the green-robed man in tow, he quickly flew towards the outside world. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Yang Chuan's expression also changed. Where do you think you're going? Yang Chuan's body shouted. The green-robed man and Mo Yu she were like turtles in a jar. How could they escape? Boom. The rolling sea of blood instantly covered the sky. Mo Yu Shi and Tongtian sect leader, who had just flown out, were instantly submerged by the sea of blood. While the sea of blood was submerged, countless blood gods' clones rushed towards Mo Yu Shi. Ming. The phoenix sang loudly. Her 12 tails turned into 12 reincarnations. With a violent stir, more than half of the sea of blood was shattered. Mo Yu she had already flown out of the city with a long howl. Impossible. When did Mo Yu she become so strong? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Tongtian sect leader took out the immortal slaying sword. Immortal slaying sword. Boom. A sword light shot into the distance. The sword broke through the void, shattering a large piece of the void. The sword light traversed billions of miles and instantly reached the back of the Black Phoenix. Boom. The immortal slaying sword was unstoppable. With one slash, Mo Yu Shi's 12 tails were severely injured. Ming. Mo Yu Shi screamed in pain. 6 of the 12 reincarnations were destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. Mo Yu Shi was also severely injured. However, Mo Yu Shi did not dare to hesitate. She continued to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? Yang Chuan's body glared and chased after her. Wu Jiong and Tongtian sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. Level 15. Mo Yu Shi is also at level 15. Tongtian sect leader exclaimed. You should know that Mo Yu Shi is at level 15. Someone had just swapped her body. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. Mo Yu Shi has already been severely injured by me. I'm going to capture her now. Tongtian sect leader's expression darkened. Quang. Not far away, the door of a large hall suddenly opened. The door opened and a man in a green robe slowly walked out. The man carried a huge green gourd on his back. The shape of the gourd was similar to the immortal slaying gourd and the Hongmeng gourd. However, it was green. Number 1, Wu Jiong and Tongtian sect leader said respectfully. She ran away again. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. We did not expect Mo Yu Shi to reach level 15. This is too strange. Wu Jiong frowned. Number 72. The man in green robe shouted. Instantly, a man in an official's robe flew over from Luoyang City. Follow me to exchange for Mo Yu Shi's body. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Number 72, who looked like an official, replied. You guys stay in Luoyang and stabilize the Great Zhou dynasty. Do not let anything happen. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Wu Jiong and Tongtian sect leader replied. The man in green robe threw the gourd on his back. Fire crow gourd, enlarge. Boom. The green fire crow gourd instantly enlarged. The man in green robe and number 72 stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. The two of them quickly chased after the place where Mo Yu Shi disappeared. They did not chase for long before they encountered Yang Chuan's body. Number 108, you are not fast enough. Come up. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Okay. Number 108 answered and stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. His speed increased once again as he shot into the distance. He chased after Mo Yushi and the variant body Yang Chuan underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yang Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Buzz. Zombie Yang Chuan's body trembled and immediately stood up. Exchange beasts. Zombie Yang Chuan's expression changed. Cut it off. Zombie Yang Chuan shouted. In an instant, the connection with the human Yang Chuan was cut off. Zombie Yang Chuan and the human Yang Chuan were originally one. Suddenly, a new consciousness rushed into his mind. Zombie Yang Chuan immediately knew that something was wrong and cut off the connection with the human body. The human body was no longer Yang Chuan. Zombie Yang Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Once again, Zombie Yang Chuan could not contact the human body. No, it was that he had cut off the connection. Zombie Yang Chuan did not want the exchange beast to know. The two Yang Chuan shared the same thought and decided that they had to keep it a secret. At that time, the exchange beast was immersed in its boundless power and powerful divine ability. It did not notice the sudden change in its body's consciousness. Perhaps it thought that it was not adapting to the new body. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Li Sai asked in confusion. All corps commanders, Liu Gang, and the Prime Minister, stay. Everyone else, immediately withdraw from court. Everyone, stay 1,000 feet away from the central hall, quickly. Zombie Yang Chuan shouted. Yes. The officials immediately responded. All the guards, eunuchs, and ordinary officials quickly left. Suddenly, only Yang Chuan's most important subordinates were left in the main hall. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Yi Feng immediately asked. Liu Gang, immediately send someone to send a message to Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Tell them to quickly escape from Luoyang. Don't trust anyone, not even my body. Immediately escape to a safe place and wait for my next arrangements. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Zombie Yang Chuan glared. Yes. Liu Gang did not dare to hesitate and immediately went to the communication hall to send the message. My body has been exchanged. Yang Chuan's expression darkened. What? The officials' expressions changed. Yi Feng, immediately notify all of Great Qin's people in the western outer continent that from now on, they are not to contact me. Those who do will be punished for treason. Moreover, before receiving news from the Great Qin city, all spies, regardless of whether they are superior or inferior, are not to contact me. Everyone is to be separated and not to contact each other, Yang Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. Yi Feng immediately left the main hall to notify all of Great Qin's people in the western outer continent. The entire central hall fell into an extremely tense state. Celestial Emperor, is everything all right over there? Li Sai asked. I don't know. Wait for Yushi to send a message. Zombie Yang Chuan said with a frown. Yes. The officials were worried. Go, send a message to Miao and have her come immediately. Zombie Yang Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Tian replied and flew out of the main hall. Western outer continent, Luoyang City. Zombie Yang Chuan quickly made arrangements. Before Mo Yu she could break out of Luoyang City, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu received news from the Great Qin City. The 6 dragons did not receive any news, but the 2 commanders' expressions changed. Whoosh. The 2 of them quickly put away the dragon carriage. What is it? Dragon 5th asked curiously. It's the Celestial Emperor's orders. Don't waste time and come with us. Bai Qi shouted. Bai Qi had received Yang Chuan's signal, so he had stayed outside Luoyang City and hid in a secluded place. This place was not under Luoyang City's surveillance, and Shangguan Wn only knew the general location. Whoosh. The group of people quickly ran through the forest. Boom. In the distance, a massive explosion sounded out. Mo Yu she let out a long cry and quickly flew away with the azure-robed man. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu looked up and saw that Yang Chuan was chasing after Mo Yushi. The 2 of them were confused, but they did not dare to hesitate. Following this, a gigantic green-skinned gourd carried the 2 of them away. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the others ran even faster. At this moment, at the palace, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu, men, capture them immediately, Wu Jiong shouted. Boom. A large number of experts rushed towards where Bai Qi had been. Shangguan Wn flew at the front. Not good. Celestial Emperor, they've escaped. Shangguan Wn shouted anxiously outside the city. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. They can't escape. You stay in Luoyang City. I'll find them. Tong Tian harumphed coldly. Boom. Tong Tian rushed out of Luoyang City and quickly searched for Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were running through the forest. Suddenly, they saw Tong Tian flying out. Tong Tian? Jin Dayu's expression changed. Bai Qi's eyes flashed. Jin Dayu, the two of us are no match for Tong Tian. Once he finds us, none of us will be able to escape. Now, each of us take 3 dragons and run. One of us must escape. Okay. Jin Dayu replied. Boom. The 8 of them immediately split up and ran. Chapter 1447. Mo Yu. She was heavily injured. She carried the green-robed man, who was the variant body Yang Chuan, and quickly fled. Her speed had already reached the limit. Is there someone following us? Mo Yu. She anxiously asked. Continue. Don't stop. Once we leave this territory, we will be saved. The variant body Yang Chuan covered his wound and shouted. Mo Yu. She was still somewhat worried. The variant body Yang Chuan said with a gloomy expression, Don't worry, I will definitely take back what I lost. Ming. The dark phoenix let out a long cry and increased its speed. Exchange Beast number 1 stepped on the fire crow gourd and quickly chased after the variant body Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi with number 72 and number 108. Sitting on the back of the black phoenix, Yang Chuan gently pulled out the long sword from his chest. He carefully controlled the strength of this body and constantly stabilized his injury. Kai. When the long sword was pulled out, blood immediately spurted out. Yang Chuan, are you alright? Mo Yu. She asked worriedly. I'm fine. The variant body Yang Chuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. We are about to leave this territory. I can already see the sea in front. Mo Yu. She said. At this moment, Yang Chuan clutched his chest as he saw a huge green gourd slowly approaching him from afar. They are coming. Yu Shi, enter the sea and escape from the bottom of the sea. They won't be able to find us. The variant body Yang Chuan covered his chest and said. En. Mo Yu. She replied. Carrying the variant body Yang Chuan, she charged into the sea. Bang. Countless waves appeared as Mo Yu. She charged into the depths of the sea. Boom. Exchange Beast number 1 instantly arrived at the sea. The sea was churning and rolling, endless as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Mo Yushi's figure was nowhere to be seen. The vast ocean roared and churned. Not good, number 1, they escaped through the sea. It won't be easy to track them now. Number 108 of Yang Chuan's body said worriedly. It's all right. None of them can escape. Number 1 said coldly. As he spoke, the fire crow gourd also returned to its original size. The green-robed man gently patted the gourd and shouted. Let's go on a trip, baby. With a shout, flames poured out of the flame crow bottle gourd. As soon as they appeared, they took the shape of numerous enormous crows. However, these crows were not crows, but flames that burned everything in their path. Endless flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Instantly, the entire world seemed to be burning red. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Number 1 shouted again. War. 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 The cries of countless crows shook the heavens and the earth as they dove toward the sea below. Boom. The coast was instantly dyed red, and the seawater in the sea instantly evaporated. Countless fire crows, about 1 million of them. 1 million fire crows were like 1 million huge suns diving into the sea. BZZT. 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 The sound of seawater evaporating could be heard, and the water vapor rushed out in all directions like a storm. Boom. A part of the sea instantly dried up, and countless sea creatures were instantly roasted. The seawater evaporated completely, revealing countless trenches. Above the trenches, a huge fire erupted. Flames rose from the bottom of the sea, and all the vegetation was quickly burned. All the creatures were quickly turned into dried corpses, roasted, and then set on fire. Wah! 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 1,000,000 fire crows went on a trip. For a moment, everywhere they went, there was a storm-like water vapor, and the sea was evaporated. Go! Number 1 yelled. They chased after Mo Yushi's group that was escaping at the bottom of the sea. 1,000,000 fire crows flew quickly, and everywhere they passed, the seawater dried up, and a flaming desert rose. There was also a large amount of seawater in the distant sea that wanted to rush over, but the violent evaporation forced the seawater to stay away. What a powerful fire crow bottle gourd! Number 72 exclaimed. The three of them drove 1,000,000 fire crows on a trip, and the scene was spectacular. At the bottom of the sea, Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi were worried that their movements would be too big, so they found a place to hide for a while. However, when they saw the seawater boiling and evaporating in the distance, the two knew that it was not the time to hide. Hide! 1,000,000 fire crows were about to arrive. Gourd! Another powerful gourd! Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Let's go! Yang Chuan shouted. Mo Yushi nodded and continued to flee. Number 1, who was controlling 1,000,000 fire crows, suddenly sniffed. Over there, the aura of reincarnation, Phoenix's aura. Number 1's eyes lit up. Under his quick command, the millions of flames quickly evaporated the sea and chased after Yang Chuan. Wah! 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 The fire crows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like the sun that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling in a single direction. After the fire crows, torrential rain began to fall from all directions. The seawater in the entire sea evaporated into the air and quickly condensed back down. The torrential rain was so heavy that countless practitioners in the surroundings could not even breathe in this torrential rain, burning the sea and the sky. The practitioners at the border of the territory were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was too terrifying. Who was this person that could actually burn the entire sea? And he was continuously burning it. 1,000,000 fire crows were aggressive. How were these still fire crows? They were clearly 1,000,000 suns rolling across the sea. No matter how big the sea was, could it withstand the heat from the sun? Furthermore, it was 1,000,000 suns. Countless practitioners did not even dare to have the thought of chasing after them to watch. Who could guarantee that the fire crow would suddenly snap and fly towards them? Mo Yushi and Yang Chuan quickly traversed the bottom of the sea. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, their speed could not be too fast. As such, they could only be chased by the traveling flames. Outside Luoyang City, although Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were fast, they were still much slower than Mo Yushi. Furthermore, they were close to the ground and could not fly as fast as they wanted. The beast used to exchange for the Tongtian sect leader had finally grasped the Tongtian sect leader's power. After searching a large area for a while, they finally found some clues. After all, it was inconvenient to travel through the forest. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu thought of going underwater. However, there were more rivers inland. The two groups entered two different rivers. After a while, the Tongtian sect leader followed the clues and finally found them. Haha, you want to go down with the river? Unfortunately, your opponent is me. The sect leader of Tongtian shouted. He suddenly swung the Zhuxian sword at the river. Boom! Under the ferocious sword intent, the entire river flowed upstream. A large section of the river was instantly cleared. Jin Dayu and the three dragons were immediately exposed. Not good, scatter and run, Jin Dayu exclaimed. Roar! The three dragons roared. Jin Dayu instantly transformed into a three-legged golden crow and shot in 4 directions. Run! In front of me, where can you run? The Tongtian sect leader shouted. With a loud shout, his figure flashed and turned into 4 afterimages that shot in 4 directions. Zhuxian! The 4 afterimages shouted at the same time. Boom! Jin Dayu and the other 3 were instantly stopped. Dang! Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell appeared. A distant sound rumbled in all directions. War. Jin Dayu charged at the Tongtian sect leader who had merged into 4 afterimages. In another river, Bai Qi and the 3 dragons flowed downstream. Looking at Jin Dayu who was fighting in the distance, his face was filled with anxiety. Sir, should we go and help Jin Dayu? Dragon 5th frowned. No, we can't save him. Let's leave this place first. Quick, while Jin Dayu is holding the Tongtian sect leader back, let's go, Bai Qi shouted. Okay. The 3 dragons looked helpless. Boom. Bai Qi and the rest quickly fled. On the other side, Jin Dayu and the 3 dragons were fighting the Tongtian sect leader. Hiss. Boom. Boom. Under the Tongtian sect leader's sword light, the 4 of them were no match for him. Ha ha ha, Jin Dayu? Not bad. Come back with me. Coincidentally, there are some among us whose cultivation is too low. You are the best. Ha ha ha. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Chaos bell. Dang. The sound waves rushed towards the Tongtian sect leader like a surging river. Disperse. With a single slash, the sound wave river was dispersed. The other 3 dragons fled. Slash. 3 sword lights rushed towards the 3 dragons. Boom. Boom. Puff. The dragons spat out blood and instantly withered. War. Jin Dayu charged at the Tongtian sect leader without any regard for his life. Mph. Ignorant. The Tongtian sect leader snorted. He waved the sword in his hand quickly. Purple sword lights shot out, leaving bloody wounds on Jin Dayu's body. You are still far from enough. The Tongtian sect leader said coldly. It was a one-sided battle. If the Tongtian sect leader did not capture them, he would have killed Jin Dayu and the rest. Roar. The Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. The 3-legged golden crow roared ferociously. Yang Chuan? He can't even protect himself. The Tongtian sect leader said disdainfully. At this moment, not far from the main battlefield of the Tongtian sect, there was a mountain peak. A man in a yellow robe stood on the peak of the mountain. His robe was fluttering in the breeze. He was carrying a huge yellow gourd on his back. Immortal slaying gourd. The man in the yellow robe was Sho Di. Sho Di looked at Luoyang city in the distance and then looked at the battle between the Tongtian sect leader and Jin Dayu. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. How dare you insult the realm of the gods? Sho Di snorted. There was a flash of killing intent in his snort. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader was getting impatient. He waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand and said, Immortal slaying sword. Boom. The purple sword light pierced towards Jin Dayu like a heavenly sword. Wherever the sword light appeared, a huge sword-shaped storm seemed to form in the surroundings. It locked onto Jin Dayu, making him unable to move. In desperation, Jin Dayu said bitterly, Ancestor, I am unfilial. I can't recreate the glory of the ancient times. Just when Jin Dayu was in despair, a loud shout was heard. Baby, please turn around. It was Sho Di who threw out the immortal slaying gourd when Jin Dayu was about to be killed. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying flying saber rushed towards the immortal slaying sword. Hey! The Tongtian sect leader's face changed. He changed the direction of the immortal slaying sword and stabbed at the immortal slaying flying saber. The immortal slaying sword vs the immortal slaying flying saber. Boom. A single collision caused the void to explode and shatter. The saber and the sword separated. Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at Sho Di in surprise. Ancestor? Jin Dayu frowned. This is the second time. Sho Di saved me for the second time. Chapter 1448. A million fire crows, burning the sea and the sky. War. 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 With the 10,000 crows chasing, Mo Yushi and Yang Chuan were about to be forced into a desperate situation. What should we do? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. Since this green-robed man dares to chase after us, he must be an extraordinary person. The strange body Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Even though there were countless fire crows between them, Yang Chuan could still sense a deadly threat. Yang Chuan's eyelids twitched. They're almost here. Is there any other way? Mo Yu, she was extremely anxious. In the distance, number 1, number 72, and number 108 also seemed to have seen Yang Chuan and Mo Yu Shi. Number 1 sneered, I see you, come out. Yang Chuan. Mo Yu Shi anxiously looked towards Yang Chuan. The alien body Yang Chuan looked at his body that had been swapped in the distance. His face was gloomy and he hesitated for a moment. Number 1's gaze became colder and colder. Still want to hide? Was it interesting? Come out, this part of the sea is about to dry up. Yang Chuan, we have no way out. Mo Yu, she said bitterly. No, there's still one last way. Yang Chuan struggled. There's still a way. Mo Yu, she's eyes lit up. But I don't want to use it, because this method can only be used once. I still hope to use it to take back my body. The alien body Yang Chuan bit his lip and said. Ah, what method? Is there any other way? Mo Yu, she revealed a shocked expression. When I was running away, I thought of a way to take back my body. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, and I need to prepare for it. It seems that it won't work. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, I'll think of another way to take back my body. The strange body Yang Chuan sighed slightly. Mo Yu, she didn't say anything, because Mo Yu, she understood Yang Chuan's dilemma. At this moment, there was no time to think. As the flames surged towards them, the seawater around Yang Chuan was already boiling. Yang Chuan and Mo Yu, she were in the middle of the boiling seawater, surrounded by cooked fish. Yang Chuan looked into the distance with determination in his eyes. He was about to speak again. Suddenly, another abrupt voice sounded. Darling, please go on patrol. Boom. An ice-cold chill instantly filled the sea. The boiling sea instantly stopped boiling in front of this cold chi. With Mo Yu Shi as the boundary. The seawater Mo Yu Shi was in was lukewarm. In front of Mo Yu Shi, the green-robed man activated the fire crow gourd. Millions of fire crows flew past, burning the sea and the sky. Everything was empty, the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Behind Mo Yu Shi, however, was an area of 10,000 miles of ice, with countless amounts of cold air surging into the sky. As the cold chi soared into the sky, it rapidly condensed countless amounts of water vapor. Surging water descended from the sky, rushing towards the other side. Boom! The two extreme environments collided violently, causing the surrounding void to explode. War! 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 The angry cries of the fire crows could be heard. Croak! 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 Sounds of ice toads roaring could be heard. On the ice surface behind Mo Yu Shi, there were millions of white ice toads that were jumping forward one after another. Every time it jumped, it would jump high into the sky. The silver-white ice toad emitted waves of cold air around it, like bright moons rolling forward. Croak! War! Fire crows and ice toads, the two extreme animals, roared angrily at each other. Yang Chuan turned his head and saw another man carrying a large gourd behind the million ice toads. The man was in a green robe. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared coldly at number 1 who was controlling the fire crow gourd. Another gourd. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. The other 3 were also taken aback. They looked coldly at the green-robed man who had suddenly appeared. Ice toad gourd, Emperor Minute. In the distance, no. One who was controlling the fire crow gourd suddenly frowned. Emperor Minute. The green-skinned gourd on his back was called Ice Toad Gourd. Humph. Emperor Minute snorted coldly. His cold snort pierced through the void. Emperor Minute had green hair and a prominent forehead bone. His eyes were gloomy and he exuded a cold, ominous aura. Evil creature, how dare you? My 4th brother and 6th brother were kind enough to open the seal for you. How dare you snatch the bodies of my 4th brother and 6th brother? Sovereign Min's voice was filled with a trace of coldness. In the distance, number 1 who was controlling the fire crow gourd looked coldly at Emperor Minute opened the seal out of goodwill. Ha ha ha, it won't be long before we can open the seal ourselves. Why do you need to meddle in our business? Goodwill? You just want to enslave us. Number 1 said coldly. Emperor Minute looked coldly at number 1 and said, "The body that you have snatched belongs to my fourth brother, Hooligan. My fourth brother loves cleanliness. When we get the body back, the other exchange beasts will be fine. As for you, you will die. Do you think that you can scare me with just a few words? Emperor Minute, do you think you are so great in the divine realm? Sooner or later, I will enslave you in the divine realm and we will take the bodies of all 7 of you." Number 1 said coldly. Emperor Minute sneered coldly. "I wanted to capture Mo Yushi. Now it seems like it's better to have you." Number 1 sneered. "With just you. You can only get my fourth brother's body. You are still far from it. Treasure, come out." Emperor Minute waved his sleeve. Croak, croak, croak. Countless ice toads stomped their feet and charged toward the fire crows. "Hooligan's body is not the only one here. I am here too." Number 108 Yang Chuan said coldly. "Treasure, come out." Number 1 shouted again. Wah, wah, wah. Millions of fire crows flapped their wings and charged forward. Boom, boom. The fire crows and ice toads collided and the surroundings exploded. Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi, who were in the strange body underwater, were surprised. Mo Yushi immediately looked at Yang Chuan. "Now they are fighting. Let's get out of here immediately." Yang Chuan did not want to see the result. The most important thing now was to leave immediately. Mo Yushi nodded. Along with Yang Chuan's body, he quickly moved in a certain direction. Behind them, there was an earth-shattering roar, but the two did not have the time to appreciate it. Outside Luoyang City, the Immortal slaying sword vs the Immortal flying saber. With a single collision, the void was shattered into countless pieces. The saber and the sword separated, and Jin Dayu escaped instantly. Jin Dayu looked at the Sho Di in surprise. "Ancestor?" Jin Dayu frowned. This was the second time that the Slayer had saved him. The sect leader of Tongtian narrowed his eyes. The Sho Di swung his yellow robe and took a step forward. "The Immortal slaying god, the Sho Di?" The sect leader of Tongtian narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The Sho Di instantly appeared in front of Jin Dayu and shielded him behind him. "Evil creature! Ha, you exchanged the body of the sect leader of Tongtian? If it were the sect leader of Tongtian, he could still walk in front of me for a while. As for you, you don't have the murderous nature of the sect leader of Tongtian," the Sho Di said coldly. "Huh!" The sect leader of Tongtian stared at him. Jin Dayu called back the 3 dragons. He looked at the Sho Di with mixed feelings. "Jin Dayu, thank you, thank you." Jin Dayu did not know what to say. This was the second time the Sho Di had saved him. The Immortal slaying god was the magic treasure of his second ancestor, Immortal Luya. However, it was the Sho Di's magic treasure. Were they not related? If not, why did the Sho Di save him twice? "Let's go. Luoyang City is about to become a place of trouble," the Sho Di said lightly. Jin Dayu frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Senior, are you my ancestor, Immortal Luya?" "No, let's go. We won't be able to leave in a while," the Sho Di said in a deep voice. Jin Dayu wanted to refute but did not know what to say. Jin Dayu looked at the Sho Di with mixed feelings and nodded. "Yes, I will leave now. I won't be a burden to you. Let's go," Jin Dayu yelled. With the 3 dragons in tow, he quickly fled into the distance. After Jin Dayu left, Sho Di turned to look at Jin Dayu with a complicated look in his eyes. On the opposite side, the sect leader of Tongtian looked at the Sho Di coldly with a sword in his hand. The sect leader of Tongtian was on guard. He turned his back to Luoyang City. In Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked gloomy. The Sho Di's arrival made everyone nervous. The Sho Di was ranked 3rd in the divine realm. He was also ranked 3rd in terms of strength. The sect leader of Tongtian could at most fight with him but might not be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the Sho Di had changed his body. Although he had inherited everything from the Sho Di, he was still not the Sho Di and his strength was reduced. The Sho Di did not look at the sect leader of Tongtian or Wu Jiong. "Bastard, come out," the Sho Di shouted coldly. His shout reverberated through the entire Luoyang city. The formation of Luoyang city was activated and shook the city. At this moment, something happened in a hall not far from Wujiang. The door of the hall was still closed. A man in a blue robe with a huge blue gourd on his back walked through the door slowly. The door was still closed. However, the man in the blue robe seemed to have the ability to pass through walls. The door did not move at all when he stepped through. The man in the blue robe looked free and easy. The blue gourd on his back glowed faintly. Number 2. Wu Jiong called out respectfully. The man in the blue robe nodded. Number 2 walked to Wu Jiong and looked at the Shodai outside Luoyang city. It's the Immortal slaying gourd. The Shodai? Ha 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 ha. Are you here to deliver your body today as well? Number 2 said with a laugh. Bastard, you don't know what's good for you. The Shodai's eyes turned cold. Above the sea in the distance, Emperor Minute was fighting against number 1, number 72, and number 108. He was fighting against 3 beasts at the same time, and it was a draw. Yang Chuan's body? There's another guy. Humph. Emperor Min's eyes flashed with depression. Number 1 let out a long sigh. If not for number 108, it would be difficult for us to be on par with Emperor Minute. Number 108 was anxious. Number 72, urged Luoyang again. Why aren't they here yet? Chapter 1449. 1 month later. In a hidden valley in a territory. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, the 6 dragons, and the mutated Yang Chuan gathered again. How can this be? Jin Dayu exclaimed. The exchange beasts are even faster than the one that appeared in the Great Thousand World. Bai Qi frowned. The mutated Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, the one in the Great Thousand World back then was not mature. These exchange beasts have all matured. I should have discovered it back then. I should have stopped it. Mo Yushi's face was filled with regret. It was too late. No one knew how long it would take for the exchange to complete. If the exchange was completed by the time you stopped it, it might have killed me. The mutated Yang Chuan consoled her. Millimeter. Mo Yushi sighed softly. The exchange beast's divine abilities are too strange. Back then, I had already set up a sea of blood and a shield outside my body. Unfortunately, it still didn't work. This kind of exchange can penetrate any treasure or power. Only by using living beings to block it can we avoid it. The mutated Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Avoid it. That's right. Number 108 exchanged with me. Clearly, there are many exchange beasts in Luoyang. Next, carry some small creatures in your clothes, such as rats, lizards, and other animals. Even if you encounter an exchange beast again, the first to be exchanged will definitely be the rats in your clothes. The mutated Yang Chuan instructed. Yes. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu replied. But now, what do we do? Jin Dayu asked. The mutated Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the starry sky and said, everything depends on strength. My body is still too weak. An ancient immortal's cultivation can't do anything at all. Just now, I've already asked Yushi to send a message to the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City has already sent a message to all the factory guards in the western outer continent, asking them to find the whereabouts of the scattered experts of the Second Era. Next, it's time for you to take action. First, capture a Second Era expert. I'll use the Great Cycle Star Formation to steal the power of the stars and strengthen this body, the mutated Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. At this moment, Mo Yushi suddenly took out a bunch of life tablets. The jade tablets shattered and Mo Yushi quickly read them. There's a letter from the Great Qin City. The West Outer Continent's factory guard sent news that Shodai had turned Luoyang City upside down, but because there were too many experts in Luoyang City, he had to retreat. In the end, Emperor Minute and the 3 exchange beasts also suffered great losses and went back separately. Mo Yushi said. The Slayer. He originally wanted to stop Luoyang City's exchange beast from going to the sea to help. Unfortunately, Emperor Minute returned with nothing to show for it. Yang Chuan shook his head. Pa. Bai Qi quickly took out a batch of life tokens, which shattered one after another. Celestial Emperor, there's news. We've discovered experts from the Second Era. Bai Chi's eyes lit up. The 8 of you, go and capture them immediately, the variant body Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of people left. Only the variant body Yang Chuan and Mo Yushi were left in the valley. From now on, I'll follow you at all times to prevent any accident, Mo Yushi said with a determined look in her eyes. Looking at Mo Yushi, the variant body Yang Chuan smiled. There was no need for words of gratitude between husband and wife. You should rest too. You were injured last time. Yang Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and said. Okay. 10 days later. Bai Chi, Jin Dayu, and the 6 dragons returned. Following them was a red-haired man who was tied up. Bastard, let me go, the red-haired man roared. The variant body Yang Chuan looked at the red-haired man coldly. Well done. Yang Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, when we were capturing this man, we met another person, Bai Chi said in a deep voice. Oh. The former Sage King of Dhe, Sun Wukong. Bai Chi gritted his teeth. If it were not for Sun Wukong's message, Yang Chuan and his group would not have gone to the west and would not have encountered such a calamity. Bai Chi still resented him. Him? The variant body Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. He was the one who took the initiative to look for us. However, there were 2 of them. One was a monkey and the other was a human. Monkey. The monkey Sun Wukong was like a bodyguard to a human. He was extremely respectful to a human. When he saw us, he said that he wanted to meet you. At that time, I felt that I could not bring him back. Hence, the 2 Sun Wukong asked me to bring you a jade slip. He said that you will know everything after you read the jade slip. Bai Chi said solemnly. The variant body Yang Chuan took the jade slip. He read it carefully. As he read, his eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Mo Yushi asked curiously. It's the prime of Tongtian. Ah! Beast swap. What a shocking plan. First, he swapped Sun Wukong's human body and killed the swapped body. Then, he immediately went to meet the prime of Tongtian. When the prime of Tongtian was not prepared, he immediately swapped bodies with him and prepared to kill Sun Wukong's human body. Unfortunately, the prime of Tongtian reacted quickly and escaped in an instant. Then, the variant body found Sun Wukong's demonic body. Sun Wukong's demonic body was powerful, but it was definitely not as strong as the beast-swapped bodies. So, he temporarily stayed close to the variant body to protect him. The variant body Yang Chuan explained. The prime of Tongtian escaped? Bai Chi asked in surprise. This might be the prime of Tongtian's calamity. It's because he trusted Sun Wukong too much. I didn't expect the beast swap. Bai Chi, go and bring them here. The variant body Yang Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Chi replied. Jin Dayu, prepare to set up the cosmic star formation and deprive him of his astral energy. The variant body Yang Chuan said. No, what are you doing? Deprive me of my astral energy? No. The red-haired man cried out in shock. Yes. A few days later, Bai Chi returned with the demonic body Sun Wukong, the variant body Tongtian, and a woman. The woman was none other than Princess Taiping of the Great Ju Heavenly Court. Everyone flew over from afar. Above the starry sky, a beam of light shot down and headed straight for a valley. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. When they flew to the valley, they saw a huge array formation being set up. In midair, the red-haired man of the second epoch was unable to move. His astral energy was being extracted. Below him stood a green-robed man. Rumble. As his astral energy was being extracted, the green-robed man's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. His aura burst out, and his strength increased exponentially. As for the red-haired man, he became thinner. 6th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, 7th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, 9th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, 10th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, 11th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, 12th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Princess Taiping shouted solemnly. Boom. The extraction of astral energy ended. In midair, the red-haired man was already on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. Below him, the variant body Yang Chuan grasped powerful strength again. Extraction of astral energy, the variant body Tongtian said in surprise. Mo Yu she had been guarding at the side. The variant body Yang Chuan sensed his body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Take him away. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Although he had regained his powerful cultivation level, Yang Chuan knew that compared to his original body, it was naturally much weaker. However, he still had a trace of power to protect himself. Sky Emperor, Tongtian is here. Bai Qi called out. Yang Chuan turned his head and looked over. It was two Sun Wukong and one Princess Taiping. Yang Chuan immediately looked at the human Sun Wukong and immediately recognized Tongtian. Tongtian? The variant body Yang Chuan revealed a wry smile. You fell for it too. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my reputation to be ruined by a group of evil beast. The variant body Tongtian said with a wry smile. Yang Chuan nodded and turned to look at the demon Sun Wukong. It was still Sun Wukong. Then, he looked at Princess Taiping. As he looked, Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wu Jiong. The aura of the Princess Taiping before him was different from the Princess Taiping he knew back then. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Yang Chuan had only seen one person with such a heroic aura. It was Wu Jiong. Greetings, Yang Emperor. The variant body Wu Jiong said with a wry smile. The three of you, please, Yang Chuan said to the three of them. There was a pavilion not far away. Yang Chuan waved his hand, and everyone went to the pavilion. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu guarded the surroundings. In the pavilion, Yang Chuan, Mo Yuxi, Tongtian, and Wu Jiong sat down. Sun Wukong stood respectfully behind Tongtian. Mo Yuxi looked at Wu Jiong, who looked like Princess Taiping, with a complicated look in her eyes. After all, she was her biological mother. Wu Jiong also saw Mo Yuxi's expression, but she did not pursue the matter. What happened back then was already in the past. This time, she still had something to ask of him, so she naturally could not be too unreasonable. It seems that Martial Emperor was careless. That's right. In the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court, there are very few people who can make you lower your guard and be alone with you. This Princess Taiping is one of them. Yang Chuan nodded. Wu Jiong smiled. Tongtian said, we saw you before you entered Luoyang that day. Unfortunately, it was inconvenient for us to speak at that time. Once we spoke, not only would we be blamed by them, but we would also be unable to protect ourselves. I'm sorry. I understand. Yang Chuan nodded. When I saw you escape that day, I knew that you would definitely look for the people of the Second Era. We waited for two nearby until I met Bai Qi and the others. Tongtian said. You guys are not bad. In the end, you escaped from your hands. Yang Chuan said with a smile. Everything was a coincidence. Tongtian shook his head. Yes. Yang Chuan sighed. What are your plans? Tongtian asked. Take back my body. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tongtian nodded, and Wu Jiong took a deep breath. Emperor Yang. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and said. I need your help. Wu Jiong said very directly. Mo Yuxi's expression changed slightly, but Wu Jiong did not look at Mo Yuxi from beginning to end, as if she did not want Yang Chuan to misunderstand. Help. That's right. They did not kill the people of the Great Zhou dynasty but imprisoned them. Because they want to revive the entire Great Zhou dynasty, they need the system's personnel. They imprisoned them for interrogation. I need your help. Help me restore my country, help me take back my body because you have a way to deprive astral power. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Help you restore your country? Take back everything? Yang Chuan smiled. Yang Chuan and Wu Jiong did not have much of a friendship. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. I was able to escape this time because of the Purple Cloud Palace path left behind by teacher. I have a ball that connects to the Purple Cloud Palace. As long as you help me restore my country and take back everything, I'm willing to exchange it for this. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Purple Cloud Palace? Earth? Yang Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1450. Purple Cloud Palace? Earth? Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yang Di used to be the first emperor, so he naturally understands the uniqueness of the Purple Cloud Palace. Not long ago, when I was swapped, I risked my life to grab the ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace and escaped. I'm sure Yang Di is also very interested in this. Wu Jiong laughed. You've returned to Earth. How is it now? Yang Chuan asked with a hint of curiosity. The world has changed. Things have remained the same, but people have changed. The entire social structure has undergone an earth-shattering change. The internal time is different from the external time, so I didn't dare to stay for too long. I only took a short look before returning. The mortals there are the purest of mortals, but they have grasped some wonderful uses of energy. It's incredible. Wu Jiong exclaimed. Oh! Without any cultivation base, these mortals controlled electricity and used it to do all kinds of strange things. They used the power of fire on some of the iron carriages, making them reach the speed of a Qi realm cultivator. They also created iron birds that flew in the sky and created iron fish that dived into the bottom of the sea, where people could ride on them. Wu Jiong recalled. They're all mortals? Yang Di asked solemnly. Yes, they're all mortals, and they used a very short time. Their creativity has reached the level of many virtuous sages, and their theories are extremely systematic. I don't know why teacher sealed this place, but at least it seems that a new mutation has occurred in the world of the Purple Cloud Palace. An unknown mutation, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Mutation? Yes, but their mutation is still very small. Teacher must have set it up for a purpose. I'll trade with you. What do you think? Wu Jiong stared at Yang Chuan seriously. Yang Chuan frowned and fell into deep thought. Yang Chuan clearly remembered that the transcendent of the Greater Thousand World, Zhongshan, also came from Earth. The appearance of a variable made him the master of the Greater Thousand World, the people on Earth now. Back then, he dreamed of the Qin dynasty, which had countless people. Most importantly, Zhongshan had also obtained a small ball back then, which also led to Earth. Wu Jiong also had one. It also led to Earth. And they were separated by two worlds. Earth, or the Purple Cloud Palace, has a big secret. Don't you want to study it yourself? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. Research? Of course, I want to, but I need to have the capital to do so. Compared to the Purple Cloud Palace, what I want more is to take back everything that belongs to me. Oh! Yang Chuan stared at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and said, Teacher schemed countless times when he was alive. Even after his death, there must be countless unsolved schemes. I don't want to face teacher's things anymore. After looking at Wu Jiong for a while, Yang Chuan finally nodded and said, All right. I promise you, but you have to cooperate with me. Deal. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yang Chuan nodded. For the sake of fairness, I placed the small ball that leads to the Purple Cloud Palace in senior brother's hands. I believe that you have nothing to worry about. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course I believe in Tongtian. Yang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, the first step is still to raise our cultivation, Tongtian said. Yes, I will search for the experts of the Second Epoch again and deprive them of their astral powers. I will raise your cultivation as soon as possible, Yang Chuan said. That would be great. Wu Jiong nodded. Also, Yang Di, because the officials of the Great Zhou Imperial Court were exchanged, my intelligence system is on the verge of collapse. Now, I can only control a small portion of the power, which is far from enough. This is also why I came to you. I hope that your spies can monitor the world, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Of course. Yang Chuan nodded. It's not that easy to take back our bodies. After all, only the exchange of bodies can be done with the exchange beasts. Even if we catch the exchange beasts, we can't exchange them back, Tongtian said with a frown. Isn't it fine as long as they are willing to exchange? Yang Chuan said with a smile. Oh! Let's wait a little longer. Wait for a new opportunity, wait for our bodies to be separated from each other, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. It won't be long before the Ziwei celestial realm invades the Great Jew Imperial Court. The people of Ziwei the Great will soon attack the Great Jew Imperial Court. At that time, they will definitely be separated. That will be the best time, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. The Great Jew Imperial Court. The exchange beasts snatched the bodies of the Great Jew Imperial Court's leaders and guarded the Great Jew Imperial Court. Inside a great hall, Number 1, with a flame gourd on his back, faced a group of exchange beasts. Wu Jiong ran away, Tongtian ran away, and Yang Chuan also ran away. Their cultivation is low. We must find them as soon as possible, Number 1 said in a low voice. I have already sent people to track them down. Wu Jiong's body nodded. I'm not worried about Wu Jiong and Tongtian. I'm worried about Yang Chuan. Send more people. Jin Dayu and Bai Qi have both run away. I'm now worried that he will find the people of the Second Epoch and deprive them of their astral powers. That will cause trouble for us. Number 1 frowned. He won't. He won't leak it. Who would believe the words of a bunch of lunatics? Wu Jiong's body laughed. Yes. Number 1 heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. However, we can't be careless. Yang Chuan? Number 108, what do you think? Number 1 asked. Yang Chuan's body shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. That's the best. At least it means that the two Yang Chuans have their own thoughts. Number 1 nodded. Now that we have Yang Chuan, the outer east continent will be ours. The next step is to hunt down Mo Yushi's group. Tongtian's body said. Yes, everything must be done as soon as possible. Number 1 nodded. By the way, there's news from the front lines. The Ziwei Celestial Realm has sent troops to us. Commander wants you. Wu Jiong's body frowned. Ziwei Celestial Realm? This group of people is the most troublesome. They don't have much strength, but they have the foundation of the Second Era. Even if they are exchanged back, they won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. This is why we didn't stay in the Middle Heaven continent when we left. Number 1 said in a low voice. Actually, it's not a big deal. If we exchange them, we won't be able to connect to the power of the stars. At the same time, they won't be able to do it. We'll just have to wait for the others to catch them after the exchange. Tongtian's body laughed. That's right. The Ziwei Celestial Realm is nothing to be afraid of. Wu Jiong nodded. Actually, I'm quite interested in the Great Emperor karmic rank. In that case, let's be tough. When we take down the Ziwei Celestial Realm, our territory will be bigger and we'll unify the world of the living as soon as possible. Number 1 said in a low voice. Okay. Everyone answered. Above the West Sea, Wen Chu led the army to attack the outer West continent, accompanied by Pejuan and Wu Chu. On an island in the West Sea, Master has already begun to head to the Celestial Longevity Realm. Let's take down the outer West continent as soon as possible. We can't lose to greed and the others. Wu Chu laughed. Of course. The Great Jew Heavenly Court? Ha. Wen Chu snorted disdainfully. Report. A guard ran over quickly. What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Wen Chu asked in a low voice. Oh no, Great General Tian Tui, he. The guard said nervously. What's wrong with him? Pejuan shouted. He betrayed us. He surrendered to the Great Jew Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. Bam! Wu Chu kicked the guard away. Ridiculous. I supported Tian Tui. He's one of the 36 Big Dipper stars. He's only loyal to Master. How could he betray us? If you say any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Chu's fiery temper scared the guard so much that he trembled. Stop, Wu Chu, Wen Chu shouted. Wen Chu's face darkened. After all, this news was too strange. How could it be? He had personally appointed Tian Tui. Before he left, he was in high spirits and wrote a military pledge to take down 20 cities. But now, he had betrayed us. Wen Chu naturally did not believe it. Say it again. Wen Chu asked solemnly. Great General Tian Tui surrendered to the Great Jew Heavenly Court. The guard said nervously. You're still talking nonsense. Wu Chu was angry again. No, I didn't. This is news from the front line. If it's from the front line, I wouldn't dare. The guard said fearfully. Wu Chu, calm down. Wen Chu shook his head. But, how could Tian Tui betray us? Wu Chu said anxiously. Something must have happened. It must be. Send someone to investigate quickly, Wen Chu said to a guard beside him. Yes. Also, pass down the order. All the attacking troops are to stop advancing. Everyone, wait for orders. Wen Chu ordered. Yes. The guard retreated. Wu Chu and Wen Chu looked at Wen Chu. Wen Chu, what do you think is going on? Pejuan frowned. I don't know, but the Great Jew Heavenly Court doesn't seem as weak as we thought. Wen Chu said solemnly. Then what should we do? Let's figure out the situation first, Wen Chu said solemnly. All right. The two nodded. Celestial Longevity Realm. Tian Xiong Army Commander's residence. Qi Shuo stared at the butler. Where's my fifth brother? Lord Qi Shuo, I don't know where Master went. The butler looked troubled. What do you mean you don't know? Bastard, didn't my fifth brother tell you before he left? If you don't know, does anyone else know? Qi Shuo said in a low voice. No, Master didn't say, nor did he tell anyone. The butler shook his head. That's strange. Fifth brother didn't tell me when he went out. I have good things, but no one is with me to admire them. Qi Shuo shook his head and stepped out of Tian Xiong Mansion. However, after walking for a while, Qi Shuo's eyes lit up. Right, I remember now. That place. I saw fifth brother go there last time. At that time, Master called me, so I didn't go to take a look. Could it be? Fifth brother is hiding a mistress. Cake, I want to take a look. Qi Shuo suddenly became excited. Whoosh. Qi Shuo quickly flew away from the city and headed for a distant sea. Whoosh. In the distance, Qi Shuo landed at the entrance of a valley. It's here. Qi Shuo looked at the valley excitedly. Should I give fifth brother a surprise? Hee. Qi Shuo concealed his aura and quietly entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw a large group of people standing in the valley. At the center of the group was a man in a purple robe. The moment he saw the man in the purple robe, Qi Shuo's pupils suddenly shrank. Great Emperor Ziwei? Qi Shuo shouted in horror. Chapter 1451. Big Brother Tianfu, Fifth Brother Tianxiang? And those earthly fiends, what are they doing? What are you doing? Seven Kill's eyes widened. He hid in the corner and was filled with shock. Great Emperor Ziwei? Why is he here? He shouldn't be here. The two commanders of the Southern Dipper Army were listening to Great Emperor Ziwei. That's right. I need it now, immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Yes. Tianfu and Tianxiang answered. My lord, it's been too long since the Second Era. I thought you'd forgotten about us, Tianxiang said with a smile. How could you forget? Haha. Tianfu laughed. Well, you've been hiding by Great Emperor Changsheng's side for so long. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. Don't worry, when we return to the Ziwei Celestial Realm, you'll still be my best commander. Great Emperor Ziwei promised. Thank you, my lord. What do you think of Great Emperor Changsheng? Great Emperor Changsheng? Haha, how can he be compared to my lord? I've tolerated him for many years, since the Second Era. Those who know him know that he's Great Emperor Changsheng, but those who don't would think that he's a bandit. If it weren't for our help, how could the Celestial Realm be established? Tianfu sneered. That's good. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. My lord, when do we do it? Tianfu's eyes flashed coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei was about to speak, but he suddenly fell silent. My lord, what's wrong? Tianxiang asked. The corners of Great Emperor Ziwei's lips curled into a cold smile. In the distance, Seven Kill's expression suddenly changed. Shit, I've been discovered. Seven Kills wanted to run, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. Boom. A strong wind suddenly blew around 7 kills. Tianfu and Tianxiang's expressions changed as they turned to look. 7 kills' eyes widened, but he couldn't move. He couldn't even speak. He stared at Tianfu and Tianxiang in disbelief. It's that little bastard 7 kills. Tianfu's eyes turned cold. He's as wretched as Great Emperor Changsheng, Tianxiang said coldly. 7 kills looked at his 2 sworn brothers in disbelief. How could they say that about him? Fortunately, my lord discovered it in time. Otherwise, if news of today's incident was leaked, we would be in trouble. Tianxiang immediately looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, said Heaven's Mansion, we must seal the 7 murders immediately, or take them away from this place to prevent any unexpected events from occurring. Millimeter. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded. Greed. Bring 7 kills to the Central Territory. Wait for me to subdue the celestial longevity plane, Great Emperor Polestar instructed. Yes. 7 kills' eyes widened. Subdue the celestial longevity realm? Kill the longevity emperor? Killed the longevity monarch? No. Qi Shuo screamed in despair in his heart. This was because it was not impossible. They were working together, and Great Emperor Ziwei was much stronger than Emperor Changsheng. Emperor Changsheng would definitely die. Was the Lord going to die? A look of grief and indignation flashed across 7 kills' eyes. He hated himself for being so useless that he had been instantly imprisoned by Great Emperor Ziwei. Thinking of his master's death, Qi Shuo's eyes flashed with determination. Die. He roared in his heart. What? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Boom. 7 kills self-destructed. The entire valley exploded. After the huge explosion, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. He reached out and pressed down, immediately suppressing the explosion to the minimum. However, the place where 7 kills was in ruins. 7 kills was dead, but his soul had entered the netherworld. What a heroic 7 kills. Emperor Changsheng's subordinate is actually so unyielding and loyal. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was ugly. How could this be? 7 kills is the most shameless person. He has always been a coward. Why would he choose to self-destruct? Tianxiang said in shock. Yes, 7 kills is a coward. I didn't expect. Heaven's Mansion's expression also turned ugly. 7 kills is seeking death. For the sake of reincarnation, inform Emperor Changsheng. No, the operation must begin immediately. Great Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. Yes. Celestial Longevity Realm, Longevity Hall's entrance. Emperor Changsheng looked up at the starry sky. The 7 kills star emitted a scarlet light before dimming. What happened? 7 kills is dead. How is that possible? Emperor Changsheng said in shock. Men, Emperor Changsheng shouted angrily. In the underworld, 7 kills committed suicide and turned into a ghost, wandering the underworld in a daze. Suddenly, a reincarnation appeared beside 7 kills. Whoosh. 7 kills was sucked into it. One day later, 7 kills consciousness gradually returned. Wah. A series of heart-wrenching cries of a baby could be heard. 7 kills woke up and shouted desperately, but he realized that this was the only sound he could make. Wah. Master, look at how loud the young master's voice is. An old woman hugged 7 kills and cried out. He became a baby. This is bad. What should I do? The baby was in a dilemma. Ha, let me see my baby. Ha. A bearded man picked up the baby. He opened his mouth and was about to kiss him. 7 kills' eyes widened. Help. Wah. Boom. A ray of astral power descended from the sky. 7 kills was immediately enveloped in light. Ah! Ghost! The old woman exclaimed. The baby's father also looked at the baby in his arms in shock. Whoosh! The baby, who was born a day ago, flew into the sky. My son, the baby's father exclaimed. Go tell the master, hurry. The baby flew quickly. Several days later, outside the Longevity Palace in the Celestial Longevity Realm, The baby flew over with great difficulty. Outside the Longevity Palace, a huge purple barrier enveloped the entire Longevity Palace. The stars in the sky, the heavenly spirits, and the earthly fiends all lit up. Ha 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 ha, Longevity the Arch, you have nowhere to go today. Great Emperor Ziwei's voice rang out. Boom. With a loud bang, the baby looked over. He saw Great Emperor Ziwei's 7 stars palm fiercely suppressing Longevity the Arch. Longevity the Arch looked up at the sky and saw the 7 kills star light up again. Ha 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 ha, Qi Shuo is alive again. Monarch Chang Sheng laughed. So what if he's alive? Even if he's reincarnated, how much power do you think a baby can unleash? Even the 7 kills star can only unleash the strength of an ancient immortal at most. A baby's body is weak and can't bear the burden. Just wait for me to refine you. Refine. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Boom. Countless purple lights rushed toward Longevity the Arch. Fart. Longevity the Arch spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. 7 kills. I hope you're reincarnated in the celestial longevity realm. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear me once you leave the celestial longevity realm. Listen, 7 kills, run. I'm in trouble. Little brat, you must escape. Fart. Longevity the Arch spat out another mouthful of blood. Woo 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 woo. Outside of Purple Sister, the baby was whimpering. In a valley in the western outer continent, the mutated body Wu Jiao and the mutated body Skyreach felt their own power. Satisfaction flashed in their eyes. Depriving the power of stars. This is good stuff. The mutated body Wu Jiao's eyes flashed with desire. The mutated body Yang Chuan walked over. The battle between the exchange beasts and the Ziwei celestial realm has begun. Our chance is here. Let's go. Chapter 1452. Wen Chu Camp. Wen Chu, Wu Chu, and defeating armies were listening to the intelligence from the front. Marshals, since our army stopped advancing, Great Ju has not made any moves. However, there is still no news from General Tian Tui. A guard said respectfully. Great Ju Imperial Court? How cautious. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes. Tian Tui, that bastard, actually betrayed us. Wu Chu rebuked angrily. Everything is still unknown. Don't jump to conclusions too early. However, this Great Ju Imperial Court is indeed stranger than what we know, Wen Chu said. Then what do we do now? Just wait like this. Wu Chu said unwillingly. Yes, if we don't get any results, we won't be able to answer to the Lord in the future. Defeating armies frowned. No, this is the best answer. Wen Chu shook his head. Wen Chu, you are too cautious. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. If we don't deal with Tian Tui and advance rashly, there might be a second or third Tian Tui. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes. All right. Wu Chu and defeating armies nodded. Reporting. A guard quickly entered the main hall. Marshals, this is a letter of challenge from Great Ju's Marshal Di Renjia. The guard handed over a letter of challenge respectfully. Oh. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes and took the letter of challenge. Wen Chu opened the letter of challenge and read it carefully. Battle of Songjiang Mouth. And Tian Tui as the vanguard. Wen Chu snorted coldly. Good, Tian Tui really betrayed us. He actually became the vanguard of Great Ju Imperial Court. Songjiang Mouth. I will skin him alive. Wu Chu glared. Wen Chu, are we going? Defeating armies asked. Yes, why not? This time, we must find out why Tian Tui betrayed us. Wen Chu said solemnly. That's right. Defeating armies nodded. However, Great Ju Imperial Court must be prepared for this letter of challenge. Inform the right minister immediately and ask Ju men to come and help. Wen Chu said. Ah! The right minister and Ju men are responsible for guarding Ziwei Palace. With the 3 of us, who in the world can do anything to us? Defeating armies said in surprise. There must be something fishy about this. I don't want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Let the giant door come over. Wen Chu said seriously. Good. Luoyang City. In the midst of a series of discussions, Wen Chu agreed. Wu Jiong's body asked in a deep voice. That's great. The towering figure smiled. Number 1 with the fire crow gourd on his back laughed coldly. We are not like the exploding beast or the sky-swallowing tail beast. We hid the moment we appeared and gathered information about the world before we dared to make a move. Wen Chu, Po Jun, Wu Chu? The three of them were connected to the stars, and all of them had a cultivation of the 15th heavenly layer. This time, he was going to exchange the three of them. The Western Expedition Army of the Ziwei Celestial Realm will be completely crippled. Yes. Everyone nodded. I've already searched the entire Songjiang estuary. None of them can leave this time, Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Number 1 looked at Wu Jiong and said, you should continue to guard Luoyang City. The Great Ju Heavenly Court is our foundation. We cannot afford to lose it. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Number 7 and number 108, which are Tongqian's strength, Yang Chuan's strength, and my fire crow gourd, they will not be able to escape even if they take them head-on. Moreover, we planned this beforehand. Number 86 exchanged for Tian Tui. With Tian Tui, we can cripple Wu Chu. The other two are no longer a threat. Number 1 said in a low voice. That's right. After crippling 3 army commanders, the Ziwei Celestial Realm's strength will be greatly reduced. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Let's wait for the battle at the Songjiang estuary in a month, Number 1 said in a low voice. Outside the west, in a valley. Mo Yushi, mutated body Yang Chuan, mutated body Wu Jiao, and mutated body Tongtian stood in a pavilion. Jin Dayu reported the information he had gathered. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? Yang Chuan said with a frown. The battle at the Songjiang estuary? That's against Zhon Pejuan, Wu Chu, and Wentzu. The exchange beast will definitely send expert. Tongtian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Luoyang will definitely be empty. We can take the opportunity to take back Luoyang. Wu Jiong's eyes lit up. No. Yang Chuan immediately shook his head. Oh. Wu Jiong looked at Yang Chuan in confusion. Everything will wait for the next news. If my body participates in the battle at the Songjiang estuary, we will go there. If my body is in Luoyang, we will go to Luoyang, Yang Chuan said. But there will definitely be a large number of experts at the Songjiang estuary. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong immediately disagreed. Mo Yushi also looked at Yang Chuan worriedly. I don't care. I must be the first among the three of us to take back my body, Yang Chuan said stubbornly. Yang Chuan had a secret method, but it was not up to him to exchange bodies. Only the exchange beast had the final say. Would the exchange beast be foolish enough to exchange bodies with him? Of course not. Therefore, every method of changing back to a new body was rare and valuable. A method might be useless the next time it was used. Yang Chuan was naturally unwilling to let Wu Jiong benefit from the method he had painstakingly thought of. Tongtian did not say anything. Wu Jiong raised his brows. After all, in Wu Jiong's eyes, going to Luoyang was to take back his body. Other than Tongtian, Yang Chuan and Wu Jiong were on guard against each other. Wu Jiong, I will help you restore your country, but not now. I have my own demand. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. But when the time comes, a group of experts will surround your body. How will you take it back? Wu Jiong frowned. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods. Of course, I don't need your help this time. If you want to go to Luoyang yourself, I won't stop you. However, if you want Yushi to help you, it's clearly impossible. Yang Chuan shook his head. Wu Jiong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the past few days, Wu Jiong had not harassed Mo Yushi because he wanted to let Mo Yushi lower her guard and make her feel guilty. When the time came, he would take advantage of Mo Yushi again and have Mo Yushi sacrifice her life to help him take back his body. However, Yang Chuan had clearly seen through this. Go to Luoyang himself? Without Mo Yushi's powerful assistance, going to Luoyang would be useless. All right, junior sister, let's do it one by one. Since Yang Chuan has a plan, Let's let Yang Chuan take back his body first. Besides, we might be going to Luoyang this time, Tongtian said, trying to smooth things over. Millimeter, all right. Wu Jiong went with the flow. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the West Continent, Song River mouth. The Song River separated the two shores. Large armies stood on both shores. The commanders of the two armies of the Great Ju Imperial Court and the Purple Micro-Celestial Realm met for the first time. On one side stood Wuntsu, Wutsu, Pejuan, and Juman, the four Purple Micro-Celestial Realm army commanders. Behind them was a raging army. On the other side stood Di Renjie, Yang Chuan, Tongtian, and Number 1. There were also some officials with serious expressions. There's an additional Juman? For 15th heaven? Number 1 carried the fire crow gourd and frowned. It's fine. If nothing goes wrong, everything is within our range. Tongtian sneered. Number 1 nodded. At this moment, Di Renjie was the leader. Di Renjie looked coldly at Wuntsu's group. Wuntsu star? Ha. Di Renjie's body sneered. Di Renjie? Tongtian? Yang Chuan? Wuntsu squinted at the group in the distance. Yang Chuan, Tongtian has joined the Great Ju Imperial Court. Why? Does the Great Shan Imperial Court also want to join the Great Ju Imperial Court? Wuntsu sneered, trying to provoke him. However, Yang Chuan was no longer the Yang Chuan of the past. How could he be provoked? Instead, he sneered, Wuntsu, you'd better take care of yourselves first. Where's that bastard Tian Tue? Didn't he want to be the vanguard? Ask him to come out. Wutsu took a step forward and shouted. Wutsu? Haha, you're really hot-tempered. Yes, Tian Tue was right to abandon the darkness and join the light. He's the vanguard of the Great Ju Imperial Court. Moreover, his first challenge is his former superior, Wutsu. Wutsu, do you dare to fight? Di Renjie laughed. Ha 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 ha, how dare a traitor like him challenge me? Come on. Ask him to come out. Wutsu glared. Tian Tue is willing to be the vanguard. He chose the battlefield himself. Do you see the star directly above us? Di Renjie laughed. Whoosh. Everyone looked up. He saw that there was indeed a lonely planet in the starry sky above. There was a desert on the planet, and there was only one person standing at the foot of a mountain on the planet. Tian Tue? Wutsu's eyes suddenly widened and flashed with anger. Wait. Wuntsu frowned and looked at the star. The giant gate said, there's no ambush. There's only Tian Tue. Wuntsu, wait here. I'll go and capture that traitor. Wutsu shouted. Wutsu, be careful. I feel that something's wrong, Wuntsu said. Don't worry. I taught Tian Tue everything. I won't lose, Wutsu said in a low voice. With that, he took a step forward and rushed into the star. The star was far away. The experts could see above the star but could not hear what the person above said. Wutsu reached the 15th heaven and arrived at the star in a short time. Boom. Wutsu landed, kicking up a large amount of dust on the star. Tian Tue, why did you betray the Lord? Wutsu immediately scolded. Tian Tue, who was not far away, immediately shouted, I didn't. I'm loyal to the Lord. The sun and moon can testify. Ha ha ha, the sun and moon can testify. Did I wrongly accuse you? Wutsu glared. My lord, I have my difficulties. Why don't you believe me? Tian Tue immediately shouted. Why should I believe you? If you have your difficulties, why don't you tell us? Why did you tell Wutsu? You've already betrayed us. Do you think your sophistry is useful? Wutsu immediately scolded. I've followed my lord since the Second Era. Don't you understand my character? The sun and moon can testify to my loyalty to the Lord. How can I betray him? Tian Tue said in despair. Wutsu frowned slightly and his heart wavered. After all, he had brought Tian Tue up. How could he betray him? If my lord doesn't believe me, then I can only apologize with my death. After all, my life was saved by my lord back then, Tian Tue said bitterly. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the purple mansion. No. Wutsu's expression suddenly changed. Pest! The long sword stabbed into Tiantui's chest and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreating to a corner. Apologize with his death. Wuzu immediately panicked because he already believed that Tiantui was wrongly accused. Tiantui. Wuzu felt a wave of regret. Why did he suspect his own subordinate? How could Tiantui be judged as the Lord? Exchange. The seriously injured Tiantui suddenly shouted, "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."